All right. Good morning. It is Tuesday, May the 11th, 2021. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. I'd like to remind everybody that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. Looking to adopt the agenda. Councillor Swanson. Those in favor? That is carried. 3.1 is the regular council meeting minutes from April the 27th. Anybody have see any errors or omissions? If there's none, looking for somebody to adopt the meeting minutes. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Those in favor? That is carried. That brings us to 4.1, Fire Services Aid Agreement with the Village of Burnstick.
Good morning, Reeve Laird and members of council. Thank you very much. The item before council is something to do with modernizing an existing aid agreement. So Clearwater County and the Summer Village of Burnstick Lake have an existing fire service, what I call an automatic aid agreement from 1994. And Clearwater County has historically provided the fire rescue services within the municipal boundaries of the Summer Village. As administration conducted discussions with the adjacent municipalities related to the intermunicipal collaboration framework, similar to lots of the other mutual aid agreements that are coming before council, this was one of the agreements that the CAO and our CAO had determined that would be modernized as part of that process. So attached for council's consideration is a draft of an agreement dated 2021 for automatic aid, and it includes a fee for service in Schedule A. Again, similar to some of the other mutual aid agreements that we have. In this case, it's automatic aid, so it comes through our dispatch for that region. To summarize the highlights, the agreement includes requirements for the Summer Village to pay a fee for service rendered, if rendered, and the requirements for the county to provide that service in accordance with Clearwater County's service levels and legislative responsibilities, of course, for a period of 10 years. The last agreement was 94, so 26 years for the one pager that we had previous. There would be no ongoing operational costs to the Summer Village for the availability of fire rescue services, rather a fee for service when rendered, and those that are not otherwise recoverable by county bylaw. So things like motor vehicle collisions would still be invoiced to insurance companies. With that fee, the Summer Village can then choose at their discretion to either fund the cost of fire service provision, or they can alternately choose to have a fee-for-service bylaw that they pass that along to their ratepayers. So that has yet to be determined how they're going to deal with those costs when they come in. Any revenues, of course, offset the expenses that are incurred by Regional Fire to conduct the response for the Summer Village. So it's I can't say net zero, but it's not likely to cause any operational expenses. I know at the last time I came before council with a mutual aid agreement, the question came up of how many times do we go there. So I thought I better include that this time around for council. And based on a review of the last 10 years, less than one call per year. So there were 6 calls from 2011 to today in 2021. And a couple of those were alarms with no fire, 1 rescue, and 3 brush or wildland interface fires with no dollar losses. So in the last 10 years, there haven't been any significant calls. And at their regular meeting on April 26th, Summer Village of Burnstick Lakes Council took a review of this draft, and they have endorsed entering into the agreement if County Council so wishes. Thank you. And would you like me to go through the agreement in detail or just ask questions?
What are your wishes? Just go ahead with questions? Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments with regard to this agenda item?
Just, sorry, one.
Councillor Duncan.
The responses would typically be was confirming we probably have all the equipment necessary at Caroline to respond to the general types of fires that we've seen in the past there?
Yes, that's correct. Also, a couple years back, council will recall the Summer Village actually, through grant dollars, our regional fire built a structure protection unit trailer. It's actually housed here currently. They're just waiting for a shelter to have a secure place to put the trailer, but they do have a comprehensive trailer with structure protection unit equipment as well if there was a wildland fire. But that again would probably be covered under disaster relief funds if it was a larger scale incident. But yeah, all the equipment to do the types of fire rescue services would be coming out of Caroline likely. And if there was something significant, maybe one of the sister stations from Station 10 or 20 in Condor or Leslieville, depending on what it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
Actually, that fed exactly into my question is, it was my understanding that they had this trailer, so who looks after the maintenance of that and how is that addressed in this agreement?
There is sorry, Tracy Lynn, I got quick before the mic came on. There is a separate MOU that council endorsed, I believe it was 2020, but it might have been late 2019. And Clearwater County takes care of the annual maintenance on that. Reciprocally, we have use of that trailer if there was another subdivision or high-density residential area that required sprinklers and hose and pumps, et cetera, to do some structure protection, we would have use of that trailer. So it's kind of a mutual benefit partnership.
So do we identify that there is that, or is there a need to identify it in this agreement to at least, so we recognize that it is there?
Certainly, if council wishes, we can add that link to the MOU that they're already existing as a note at the end of the agreement, if that makes sense. I don't have the agreement in front of me to recall the time frame for it, if it was perpetual or a 5-year agreement in terms of maintenance, but certainly if that's something council wishes added, I don't see any concern with adding a reference to that MOU.
Yeah, I just didn't want it lost in the mix. Councillor Duncan?
And while I agree that we don't want it lost, I'm not sure I would want to put that in the agreement because the trailer could change and then we'd have to revisit this agreement to adjust this agreement as opposed to just the MOU for the trailer itself. So if that trailer somehow changes in the type of equipment or whatever, there may be a need. And so just to make it easier to adjust that part of the agreement, I would tend to want to leave it as a separate MOU. But it's my thoughts on that.
Oh, and I agree, I would leave it as a separate MOU, just some sort of reference that there is one. Councillor Lang.
Christine, I'm just reading here this one sentence. There were a total of 6 calls from 2011 to 2021, including 2 alarms, and in brackets, no fire, 1 rescue, and 3 brush or wildland urban interface fires. No dollar loss. So my question is, when it says there's no dollar loss, we still pay for the volunteers. Is paying for the volunteers also covered, or does that come out of Clearwater County taxes?
Thanks, Councillor Lang. That fee schedule at the end covers the cost of the apparatus and the people who would be responding to the fire. So yeah, there is a cost for paid on call response to any type of fire rescue event, and the cost would be recouped through that fee schedule. So similarly, if there's a motor vehicle collision, it's not dollar for dollar, hour for hour, but it's a set flat rate. So sometimes it's actually more than the cost we incur, sometimes less, depending on who we get and how many paid on call folks show up for any particular call. So we generally recoup equivalent to what the call costs the county.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Other questions or comments? So the only outstanding question I guess I have for our council is there value in having a reference in the agreement to the MOU? Councillor Duncan?
I'm fine with that. I would make the motion that we accept this agreement as per staff recommendation with the addition of a reference to the MOU for the fire service trailer at Burnstick Lake.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Lang, I see you're,
Oh, sorry.
okay. If there's none, those in favor? That is carried. That brings us to item 4.2, support agreement, Rocky Mountain House Volunteer Search and Rescue. Ms. Hager.
Tracy, would you mind just queuing up the item? Thank you, sorry. All right, another agreement modernization for council's consideration. So as council is aware, Clutha County and the Rocky Mountain House Volunteer Search and Rescue, or Rocky SAR, have a long history of partnership in both response and rescue and operational supports to one another. Previously, Clutha County has a memorandum of understanding with Rocky SAR from 2015 that outlined the nature of the partnership and referenced some operational funding support. There was also a separate agreement at that time with Rocky SAR related to their vehicle maintenance and insurance, which was signed in 2012, and that agreement expired in 2017. And through consultation of the last year and a bit with Rocky SAR's board members, the attached agreement was prepared to consolidate that existing MOU and replace the expired vehicle maintenance and insurance agreement. The last time we met was April 27th, and we met with Rocky SAR as well as the Rocky RCMP. And it was decided at that time that the agreement before you today would separate out mutual aid. So mutual aid is another agreement that's going to be forthcoming. Draft has been sent to Search and Rescue's executive. They're just reviewing at the moment. So council may see another agreement related to Search and Rescue coming soon. But wanted to get this other agreement that's longstanding in the works, just because of the expired agreement related to vehicle maintenance. In the interim, we've continued on with vehicle maintenance in good faith as part of our partnership. And so if council wishes me to go through the agreement in detail or do the same as the last time around and just answer questions, it's totally up to you.
I think we're of the opinion that we can just go through any questions or comments. Any other questions or comments with regard to search and rescue agreement? I have a couple questions. What is the annual operational funding that we've been historically providing? And then what is the value of SAR vehicle maintenance that we're providing if, and I know some of that you may not have, but.
Thank you, Tracy Lynn. Annually in our current 2021 budget is approximately $55,000 for search and rescue. Of that, we cut a check directly to search and rescue for $40,000. That's what we call an operational grant that helps with their ongoing costs of keeping the lights on and maintaining things for their operations, and some training that they do. So if council will recall that in 2020, we provided $35,000 operational grant, and SAR had asked for an additional $5,000 for more advanced training related to rope, I believe. And the other costs that are within that $15,000 remainder are insurance. That insurance cost is approximately $8,000 annually, and that includes liability, assets, buildings, vehicles. And then the balance is there for the vehicle maintenance, repair, and that's just general maintenance that we do, like oil change, tire rotation, that sort of thing. Anything above and beyond what you'd get in an oil change maintenance type is invoiced back to search and rescue, and then they can use those operational grant dollars we provide to pay that if they wish. But it's just to be able to set a threshold of type of maintenance.
So is there anywhere in this agreement where we cap funding at all, or?
The agreement doesn't speak to dollars at all, only that because of the historical partnership that we have, that council will consider on an annual basis, that budget, just, it's not referenced in there as a dollar amount in order not to tie the hands of future councils in terms of how much grant funding is provided. So I think it's clear they provide their financial statements annually to Clutha County, and then we incorporate whatever the ask is in our budget for council's consideration. And if there was a bad year or there's something going on that we couldn't fund that operationally, that would be a decision that council could still make and not be bound by an agreement that says we shall pay. This is more of a partnership agreement, if that makes sense, that we are partners to help support operations.
It does. Thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
Councillor Lang?
Christine, I'm wondering here, do any other municipalities in Alberta, especially in Western Alberta, support search and rescue? Because search and rescue, really, they probably, for the number of rescues, I would think it's probably relatively a small portion of Clearwater County residents that are actually rescued. And in essence, they are there for all of Albertans, all of Canadians, or anyone that travels to the area. So is anyone else supporting this group?
Thank you, Councillor Lang. In terms of the group, are you talking search and rescue organizations across the province or just Rocky Search and Rescue?
I'm talking about other municipalities.
Okay. Across the province, I think there's probably a wide variety. I don't have any stats in front of me. That might be something I need to bring back for council's information. But I do know that there's various different models across Alberta where some are integrated within a municipal service, like their fire rescue, search and rescue are integrated. Other municipalities have a similar relationship with granting, and there's probably some that don't provide grant dollars as well. So that would, I think, require more time for information if council wishes me to bring that back for information.
There's no rush, Christine. It would be interesting to find out. I guess where my head was going, I was just wondering if we're the only municipality in Alberta that contributes to search and rescue operations. Like, I don't know if the town of Rocky or the village of Caroline contributes. I don't know if Mount View County or Brazeau County contributes. And like I say, travelers come from all across Canada, and it's our residents that are contributing to this. So I was just a little bit curious.
Absolutely, and I know that the town of Rocky contributes through no tax for the property that search and rescue has within municipal boundaries. So that's their contribution to the Rocky SAR. Whether they provide additional grant funding, I'd have to pull their financial statements to get that information for council. So I do apologize that wasn't included as part of this package, but perhaps as part of the 2022 budget deliberations, we can bring that as information for council's consideration as well.
I don't know if this will help you at all, but I do know that Red Deer County has an integrated fire and SAR team. I don't know exactly what is the Sundre SAR team, if that's integrated or not. I know they work out of the same station. And I believe Crow's Nest Pass has an integrated fire search and rescue team. So those are just the ones that I can think off the top of my head. I'm not sure what Brazeau is doing, so. Mostly something that we see along the eastern slopes for sure. But yeah, it would be curious to find out. But to the task at hand, we have an MOU replacement with an agreement. I did not see anything that jumped out of this paperwork. The only thing that I had a question on is item number 17, training and shared services. It indicated on here that Rocky SAR and the municipality will coordinate for joint training between the fire rescue services and Rocky SAR for ice and water rescue training purposes. I think I read in the paper they were doing high angle as well. So should that also be considered this, even though, or not? Because I know it's not in our service level for fire, so. I just wasn't sure if it needed to be there or not.
Thanks, Tracy. In terms of the agreement before council, they have a joint ice and water rescue task force or team that coordinates the training. Whether we host a course and invite them along, or they host a course and invite some of our staff along, I don't know how that would be captured in an agreement like this, because that could change from time to time. And in terms of high angle rescue, that is something that is within Clearwater County's service level for things like grain bins, higher elevation buildings like a hotel, that sort of thing. embankments. So we do rope training as well, and if we can coordinate for cost efficiencies for instructors to have our crew and their crew at the same time, we've definitely been doing that, but I don't know how we'd encompass every type of specific training. This one was just specific to that kind of joint task force, and then we are expected to respond as a collective for those types of things. So I guess that was more defined than just the one-off training.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious to make sure we aren't missing anything. Other than that, I did not see any other thing that was jumping off the pages at me. Councillor Hoven.
This is really being nitpicky, but we have 2 number 17s and 2 number 16s in the agreement. So perhaps we can just update that numbering.
Thank you, Councillor Hoven. That's my error. I will definitely update those numbers. There's been many iterations of this draft, so the numbers have changed several times over. I appreciate the catch.
So with that minor amendment for numbering, looking for somebody to make the motion to accept this support agreement. Councillor Lougheed. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you again, and thank you for providing extra curious questions we had this morning. It's nice to see these agreements coming forward. So that takes us to item 5.1, options relating to the possibility of a property tax rebate. And I see Ms. Shurhan is making her way forward here as well. Give her a moment.
Morning, Council.
Good morning.
Okay, the first item before you is the options relating to the possibility of a property tax rebate. In the item, you'll see that legislation provides for 2 options. Council may, by bylaw, provide incentives for payment of taxes by the dates set out in the bylaw. This accomplishes, I think, a different goal than what was discussed at the meeting on April 27th. This would provide an incentive for early payment, and Clearwater County would benefit likely with some cash earlier in the year. However, the cons to this incentive is that it could seem like a penalty to those that need to take advantage of the late penalty date that Council instituted to help community members have a longer penalty-free time to pay their property taxes. Not everyone would be able to take advantage of this program. This really benefits the ratepayer that has the ability to pay. In Section 347 of the MGA, if Council considers it equitable to do so, it may generally, or with respect to a particular taxable property or business, or a class of taxable property or business, do one or more of the following with or without conditions: cancel or reduce tax arrears, cancel or refund all or part of a tax, defer the collection of a tax. This is where Council could implement what would be considered a property tax rebate program. If the parameters were so that it were equitable, each property could receive a refund of all or part of a tax. This accomplishes more of the economic relief that Council wishes to provide ratepayers. The cons to this program are the administrative burden of levying the tax initially, only to refund a portion of it either through a credit on account or refund after the fact, thus making this a 2-step process, first applying the revenue, then adjusting the revenue down after. There is a possibility of stakeholders mistakenly inferring that Clearwater County has collected more revenue than required to continue to provide the current program, services, and infrastructure needs for the ratepayers. In the April 27th regular meeting, there was much discussion about decreasing the the tax rate. And instead of doing that, council directed staff to bring some options relating to the property tax rebate and keep the tax rate at a 0% increase. So this would be options to that. There would be no cost difference for the rebate than lowering the tax rate for the program in of itself. However, the administrative burden would increase the costs of doing a property tax rebate versus just lowering the property tax rate.
Perhaps you could explain how that would be an administrative burden. Couldn't we put right on the tax? We send out the document. Couldn't we put right on there that if it's paid by a certain date prior, the day before or whatever, that 5% would be coming off?
That would be the incentive program, so that's in section 339.
Okay.
A council may by bylaw provide incentives for payments. And I just, inferring from the discussion that happened at the council meeting on April 27th, this really benefits the ratepayer that has the ability to pay to take advantage of that. It doesn't really provide economic relief to those ratepayers that don't have the ability to pay.
Thank you for that clarity. I guess I was just looking for what's the simplest way. I don't imagine I see the administrative burden in my mind coming from if you had to cut a bunch of checks, versus could we somehow identify it right on the document that goes out that says, here's your total amount, here's the rebate value, this is your total.
With the system that we use, it's not quite that simple to just put a number on the document. There's a lot of decisions that would have to be made prior, like which class are you going to do the rebate on? Is it going to be every class? Is it going to be the same percentage? Is it just a dollar amount for each tax roll? And then you can only rebate the amount of tax that's been paid in that year. So the flat amount makes it trickier. And the system isn't really conducive to giving money back. So it's more the workarounds that would have to be done on the software than the work that's done by staff, I guess. Like it's trying to figure out how to actually make that happen.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Perhaps I can just add to some of the explanations Sirhan has provided. It would require some programming changes to our software that would involve some time and some money. I would suggest that it could also jeopardize the county's ability to issue these assessment and tax notices by May 21st, which is our target date right now. As opposed to really the only way that we can still issue those notices on time is with no changes to the current process, and if council wanted to provide a rebate subsequently, it would involve payments going out. They'd be checks or electronic payments and so forth, and that's where the administrative burden comes in, is in determining the amounts and timing and processing those payments and so forth. So it's not a timely solution in either case.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. It's unfortunate that we didn't have a little more time with this lot, but we're certainly trying to be receptive and understanding of the challenges in our community for folks and the financial burdens. Councillor Lougheed, and then I'll go to Councillor Hoven and Councillor Lang.
Yes, thank you for that. I understand, of course, there would be some costs involved with changing software and, of course, issuing and mailing a rebate check. Any idea what it would cost to do those things?
I don't have a specific dollar figure in mind. Typically, when we do ask for programming changes to our software, it's not insignificant. It could be in the range of $5,000-10,000 to get those programming changes. And then on top of that is the additional time and cost of processing the payments.
Supplemental?
I guess do we feel we have the capacity within our staff to be able to issue, say, 5,000 rebate checks over the next number of months?
We could accomplish that with our existing staff, but it would take extra time. We may run into some overtime. That would be an additional cost, but certainly it would impede our day-to-day operations as well, and may have an impact on our timeliness in responding to ratepayer questions and concerns as well.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hoban.
For me, this comes down to, and I'm not meaning to skip ahead, but if we keep a 0% tax rate increase, we're going to be having a deficit of about $142,000 that we'll have to transfer that money to. So by keeping a 0% tax rate, we actually are giving a rebate to everyone in the county already, because they are getting more services than they're paying for in their taxes this year, because we will be covering that shortfall from reserves. So I like the idea of a rebate, but you have a rebate if you're taking in more money than you're spending. And this year, in 2021, we will be spending more money than we're taking in. And so I don't know if it's time for a rebate.
That's a good point. Perhaps it would help to refresh my memory. We just did the surplus discussion from 2020. Some were projects that we weren't completed on, and others was surplus. I don't have a better way of putting it. Do we remember how much was the I guess just the plain surplus part of it, not the projects not done? I'm trying to remember if we have those numbers.
I don't have that total number. They are all mixed in together, but there were a couple of, the one that comes to mind is the well drilling equipment tax was over budget slightly, and there was more lot sales in Nordegg, but then that money just gets transferred to cover the shortfall in Nordegg. So I don't have that number in front of me.
Well, and I'm looking, I know that we put some dollars at core infrastructure and other spots as well, for sure. And I'm looking at that, and for some reason it was $2.something million. I kind of had as that number in my head and from that conversation. So I was looking at I'm looking at that number as that is the surplus somehow that we ended up with beyond the jobs we didn't get done in 2020. Those are just thoughts in my head. Councillor Lang.
Well, I think you've all kind of said a little bit about what's going on in my head here. I like the idea of an incentive program. I think that would benefit those that not only are able to pay, but those that are having difficult paying. At least they could put a portion down and take off the overall bill. But also further to what Reeve Liard was saying, I'm just wondering if in the future, maybe this is something that could come forward at a workshop, if we could look at taking some of these surpluses, or a percentage of the surplus, because it seems like every year there's a surplus. I believe there was about 9 million this year, if I remember, that we put into allotted to different reserves.
We do budget for a surplus so that we can put money into restricted surplus to fund projects that are on the horizon, for sure.
Okay. But I'm wondering if you could take a percentage of the surplus and have another reserve for incentive. And something for in the future. I realize that the timing does not work well for us this year at all. Just a thought.
Ms. Sherhan or Mr. Hagan?
I would just suggest, Councillor Lang, that I think council is achieving that objective already, at least to a certain extent, through the tax rate stabilization fund. And for the benefit of the public, that fund was established so that council would have the flexibility in determining tax rates. And as Councillor Hoven has alluded to and referred to, part of the decision in council approving the 2021 budget was that there would be a draw on that tax rate stabilization reserve in order to avoid raising tax revenue overall. Now with changes in assessment and so forth, and the ability for us to now have more up-to-date information, Councillor Hoven is correct, there's roughly a couple $100,000 shortfall if council were to approve a 0% tax increase for this year. And that too, we would recommend be drawn from the tax rate stabilization reserve. So in summary, I would suggest that council already has that ability through that reserve, how they want to apply these amounts, whether it be through an incentive program and so forth. Bottom line is it all affects revenue. And in order to pay the bills, the money needs to come from somewhere. That reserve is an option to draw.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Sherhan. Okay, Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, perhaps just a comment here. As I've sat in this chair for the last 3 years and a bit, I've seen that tax rate stabilization account grow. I've seen all our reserves grow. I think we're in a good financial position because of the good management of staff and this council and previous councils as well for setting those reserves. I know the tax rate stabilization account has been characterized by some as a rainy day fund. I think we're in one of those situations right now. And part of the reason we had a strong surplus last year is that because of the pandemic and the economic situation we're in, there's been less wear and tear, if you want, on our infrastructure. A lot of our operational, if people aren't traveling the roads, if people aren't using the bridges, if people's activities is lower through no real actions of their own, I think this is an opportunity for us to access some of those funds which are in a good financial position and give our community, give our residents, give our residential people a bit of a rebate, recognizing that they have not accessed those services as much as they would have in a regular year. And that's just my thought around the rebate.
If I recall correctly, for every 1%, it worked out to about $500,000.
Just under, yeah, 480, I think, yeah.
I was
Yep.
rounding, thank you.
Yep.
So if we were to make it say 5%, that would be $2.5 million that would come out or against the stabilization fund.
Correct.
Just looking at numbers. Councillor Duncan.
I think we need to remember that the reserves were created not from residential taxes, but 90% of these reserves are created from our non-residential tax base. And I hear councillors talking about only rebating the residential portion of this. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There will be rainy days for industry as well as for residents. And, I think with the sort of gradual decline in the oil and gas industry especially, that we are in for some, tougher times in trying to generate the revenues we've been used to generating here in Clearwater County. So I don't think this is the way to do it. I can think we can I think we'll have to, workshops are fine to take another look at this. I'm not prepared to do this year at all. And I think we need to take a look at if there's reduction in services is where we're gonna have to eventually go, I think, if we're gonna keep going at a 0% tax increase or reducing the tax rate or providing rebates. I'm not in favor of this one.
And thank you. At least in my mind, I hadn't thought that it would just be for one tax category. I had thought it would be blanketed across. That's why I was asking what 1% is across the whole board, not just picking and choosing winners and losers. I can appreciate they're all challenged. Other thoughts or comments? I struggle a little myself with this. I recognize, Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Ruth. I just wanted to offer perhaps a summarization of the information that Mrs. Serhan shared with council. When it comes down to it, really a rebate is going to accomplish, I think, pretty much the same thing that a tax reduction will. The advantage that it gives is that it could be looked at as kind of a one-time only approach, as opposed to a tax reduction may create an expectation. But for all intents and purposes, when money is reduced off the overall tax bill, any subsequent change to that in a future year can easily be looked at as a tax increase. So even if a rebate is applied in 1 year and then not the next year, that could be interpreted as a tax increase as well. So it's just a consideration for council. But the bottom line is they will have ultimately the same effect in terms of providing financial relief to ratepayers. But the reduction of the tax rate is much more straightforward to implement. The rebate is much more complicated and will lead to additional costs. So that's really what it comes down to overall.
Okay, and thank you for that clarification. And as I was starting to say, I certainly struggle with, recognizing that we don't want to have negative implications with regard to expectations. And I think we had that conversation 2 weeks ago at our previous council meeting when we said, this will be the 3rd year in a row that we've hit 0. And I absolutely support that. Absolutely. I also support the rebate idea and refunding, I would say at minimum 5% across the board. It works to 2.5, just under that, $1 million. We recognize that it is extra burden, but I assure you there's burdens in our community, and this is time for us to show that level of compassion and understanding. And I would hope that our community would understand, yes, it's a one-time thing and we're not building up expectations. It is really hard to defend not handing some of this money back to the people it's been collected from when we have $1.5 million in various funds and 12 million of it in the stabilization fund, when we're only going back for 1.8 or $108,000 or something to stabilize the 0%.
142.
142, sorry. Thank you for the clarification. So this may seem small, but it may make the difference to somebody in our community of whether they get a loaf of bread or put food in their table. And we're able to assist that with some small measure of reprieve. I'm looking to this council for how we can help this year, not put it off to a workshop, do it now. And I know that's a lot to ask, but I think that our community is hurting, and I think that we need to find a way to help it in some small measure. Other thoughts? Councillor Swanson.
Well, thank you for expressing the sentiment for a community to have a rebate of some sort. I guess I look at it a little bit differently. I see the trucks that are going up and down the hill and where I live, and I see a lot of economic growth. I see businesses booming in some areas. I've watched grain prices start creeping up. There's other areas that may be, that are in times of boom, and COVID, yes, has impacted the immediate families with kids being at home and from school and in other ways. But if we decide that we are going to do this rebate, understand that we are, yes, the reserves are set out, the tax, the rainy day fund is there, but at the end of, for me, at the end of the day, keeping it at a zero, we are still going to have to analyze the services that we are not going to be able to keep up with, because this to me just starts a little bit of a snowball going for next year as well. So if we take that out, what's more is going to be happening. And I appreciate Murray's interpretation that yes, it could be a tax. It could be interpreted as a tax increase as we go forward too, especially at a 5% if we decide to do 5. But I'm still in favor of keeping it at 0 and then coming back at a future date for looking at possible other alternatives, either a rebate or maybe through the programming. I guess that's my question, is this the software, this is a new software that we're implementing, and so we're still working out the kinks on some of that and aligning that. So maybe that's where I'll go.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. No, this is our existing financial software. And that's where the extra cost comes in, is it's not designed to do this, so we'd be asking for some customization of that. And what I would suggest for council's consideration as well is I don't see that the potential of a rebate has to be hand in hand with the passing of the tax rate bylaw, nor the issuance of the assessment and tax notices. If council would like it that way, so it all appears there, that is going to delay our issuance of those, and it's also going to push off appeal dates and so forth. Council has the ability to keep these subjects separate. If council desires to pass the tax rate bylaw as it's drafted in the next agenda item, then we can proceed with that, and we can continue to provide more information back to council as to a potential rebate. So it's just a question of if council wants to take it off of the net tax bill, that's going to cause costs and delays in time. If council wants to pass the tax rate bylaw and have administration proceed with that process while still considering a rebate, the rebate would be an amount paid out or otherwise credited to accounts. But that could happen separately. So these two things are not necessarily integrated with each other. They could happen separately.
And thank you for clarifying that they could be done separately, because I don't think the intent is to slow down what's happening with the bylaw, with the tax rate. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you for your impassioned plea on behalf of the residents, and I also agree, I think, with what Councillor Swanson has put forth, that not all sectors are experiencing the same difficulty. The ag and the forestry sectors are doing okay for the most part. I think we really need to, if we're going to help people out, we should be probably targeting the people that really need the help as best we can, rather than a general rebate to everyone. We have done some of that already, putting some of those COVID dollars that we receive as a grant back into the community halls and out to help them cover their costs. There are other things we may do in the, perhaps in the, on the education side that can help out the community. There is our broadband program. We need to get that rolled out and let people work from home, let them educate from home in a better way. I think those are things that we can target better with our dollars as opposed to a rebate. Let's provide those services as efficiently as we can and keep that tax rate as low as we can, but let's concentrate on those as opposed to providing a bit of a short-term relief that could be interpreted as a tax increase if it's taken away in the future, and I think is administratively tough to roll out. For me, the administrative costs of rolling this out at 5% rebate is too much. I think that's, I think our dollars are better spent targeting those areas that need relief.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
I guess just another comment again. I guess anytime we're faced with a disruptive event like we've all been going through for the last number of months, you'll probably see some people find an opportunity in that and to move ahead and take advantage. I think you'll find a lot of people struggling. What we're hoping to do here, I believe, is show and demonstrate, showcase our long-range planning, that we have anticipated something that is almost unanticipatable and have the ability to offer some relief to our community. So that's what I view a rebate as being. It could be applied as equitably as possible to as many people as possible. And I think our administrative costs, although we don't know what those are, I think it really comes down to being able to do the accounting work on that and mailing a check out. So I don't think that's an unreasonable cost when we're looking at the importance to the community to have some hope within kind of a dark time. And that's what I think we could offer here through our long-range planning, which I'm referring to reserves and stabilization. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. One thing I would observe is that our tax rate is relatively low for the industrial side. And as Councillor Duncan has pointed out, over quite a number of years, we've built up some reserves, and close to 90% of those reserves that were built up were contributed by industry. I look at what's happened here, and industry went through some dark times, particularly the oil and gas side, as the prices of oil collapsed. But the price of oil today is over $64 a barrel. That is higher than when we started into this problem in very early 2020. I also will note that Suncor, as an example, generated $2.1 billion in funds in just one quarter, in the first quarter of 2021. That enabled them to repurchase $300 million of their own shares. And they had far more money than they needed to use for reinvestment and expansion of their business. They weren't reinvesting to expand their business. They were buying back shares. CNRL, another very large company, generated $2.7 billion in the first quarter of 2021. And they were able to pay $503 million in dividends. So the industry, which contributes most of the tax collected for this county, and they're not all big companies that operate here in Clearwater County. So there are some that are still struggling. But the point I'm making is that the industry is back. And for us to give a rebate to an industry that is back, and also where the provincial government has said that any investment that the industry makes in the next 3 years will not be added to our assessment base, and we will not be collecting taxes on those investments over the next few years. The provincial government has already given the industry a break. They have insisted that we not tax the industry on the investments and the equipment that they install in our county. So if we were to give an across-the-board thing, we would be giving significant tax break to industry that is already getting a tax break and is better off than they were when the problem started. That would not be in the best interest of our citizens, because our citizens, by having the taxes collected, are in a position to receive services from those taxes collected. So I am absolutely opposed to giving an across-the-board rebate of any kind. The industry has already been given a significant break, and they're in a more positive cash flow position than they used to be. I don't know how we selectively, on a short term here, select one group and give them a break either, given that our taxes are in a reasonable level overall. I mean, I understand that there are people struggling in our community, but to give something across the board makes absolutely no sense to me. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Lang.
I'm going to make a motion that we have more discussion about this at a future workshop. I believe if we can get more information about the software, the timing, staff costs, maybe a more in-depth look at this. I mean, we don't have to attach this to the tax rate bylaw, so we have the time to look at it in a workshop and see if other municipalities are doing it and how they're doing it. If it's possible, and we can do it, I would like to go down this road. But also, I'd like to find out what would the dollars be going back to the average resident with a 5% rebate. You know, if it's $20, I mean, that's not going to help people too much. It might not be worth the effort. If it's $200, that's a different story. So I'm going to make the motion that we have a further discussion about a tax rebate, the possibility of doing this for our citizens, to have a workshop on. Okay, the council schedules a workshop to discuss a future tax rebate incentive. Council schedule.
Do you have a date in mind, I think is what? Or time frame?
Well, it would certainly be nice to have it within, the next 6 months here with this council. So let's put within the next 3 months, 4 months. Does that give administration enough time?
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Yes, I believe that would give administration ample time to pull that information together. Perhaps can I suggest as well our recommendation on this item is that council accepts the report as information. Could that be incorporated into this? Perhaps at the beginning, the council accepts the report for information and then it's taken care of in one motion. If
Thank you.
that's acceptable to Councillor Lang.
Yeah, that's fine.
Ms. Sherhan?
Excuse me. I would just like to reiterate that administratively, it would cost no additional dollars to do a tax rate reduction with giving dollars back to, or not giving them back, but not requiring as many dollars from the ratepayers. In essence, doing similar to a property tax rebate, and that would be administration's preference if there was something to move forward in 2021.
Councillor Lang?
Oh, sorry.
Just to be clear, perhaps you could reread your motion.
That council receives the report for information and directs administration to schedule a workshop within the next 4 months to discuss further options for tax rebate incentive program. I'll just ask, are there any fellow councillors that would like to see something added to this motion?
Councillor Duncan?
I would say that considering Mr. Hand's observations, that we should also consider then future tax decreases as opposed to a rebate incentive program. That has to be part of this mix as well. If we're going to provide back to the community, then part of the discussion should be whether we go with this rebate or incentive program or look at a tax reduction in the future. Because as Ms. Saran has pointed out, administratively, that is much easier to do, much more flexible.
Okay.
But there are pros and cons to that as well in terms of what happens down the road if we need to raise more funds, the tax increase suddenly becomes a lot larger.
I think, Councillor, that would be part of the discussions. I think it would just kind
Yes.
of morph into the discussions. Because you're right, we have to look at the big picture.
Okay.
All right, if we all understand the motion, no other questions or comments? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. I do have one question. And I guess it goes to how part of the discussion is how would we address the rebate for those making monthly payments? So I guess we'll have that discussion as part of the workshop. Ms. Duran?
Yes, there are many things that we would need to discuss on how it affects different things, like if somebody's in arrears, or if somebody's on the monthly tax program, or if they were exempt this year but not last year, or there's many items that would need to be discussed.
All right, thank you. That brings us to 5.2 tax rate bylaw. Ms. Duran.
Yes, so in accordance with Part 10, Section 326 to 343 of the Municipal Government Act, administration prepared the annual tax rate bylaw for the tax year of 2021. Council granted first reading of the bylaw at the regular council meeting on April 27th with a 0% tax rate increase in all assessment classes for Clearwater County. This bylaw encompasses 4 requisitions: the provincial school tax requisition, the municipal tax requisition, seniors foundation tax requisition, and the designated industrial property assessment tax requisition. The table shows the differences in the county's net total revenue shortfall would be based on total assessment values of various property classes with a 0% tax rate increase compared to the tax rate decreases of 1%, 2%, and 4%. With the 0% increase, the net shortfall of revenue would be $142,962, which could be covered by the contingency budget or alternatively by one of the restricted surplus funds. So you'll see in the table an acreage with a residence with an average total assessment of $375,000. Because of the assessment drop, the 0% tax rate increase, they would see a decrease in their overall tax bill of $17.43. With a 1% tax rate decrease, they would see $25.53, up to a 4% tax rate decrease of $49.84. And then as the table, as the rows go down, it's just different types of properties. So a farm with a residence, a non-residential property with a residence on it, a strictly non-residential property, or a machinery and equipment property. So the machinery and equipment property is exempt from the provincial school requisition. So you'll see any decrease with the municipal tax rate, they would get subsequently larger decrease because 98% of their tax bill is municipal requisition. A change you will note to the bylaw from 2020 is the addition of an April 1st penalty date in 2022. Penalties take effect after 4:30 on September 17th at 8%, December 17th at 4%, and April 1st at 4%. The mail date, if this bylaw is granted second and third readings today, would be May 21st. And that date is selected in advance because the mail date affects the appeal date deadline that is printed on the tax notice. A couple of clerical errors in the bylaw that was presented last meeting. In the title, the date was not changed from 2020 to 2021, so you'll see that difference there. And a slight assessment change in what is eligible for the Seniors Foundation. Other than that, the bylaw is identical to the one you saw last meeting.
Any questions or comments from council? Councillor Lang?
Rhonda, I have a question.
Yes.
So when we look at, I guess it's page 37.
Yes?
Let me see. Yeah, when you look at the assessment base for the municipal levy purposes and then assessment base for the provincial school requisition purposes. For example, the resident, well, all of them, the assessment value is different. Why is it different for the school than it is for the municipalities?
Because the provincial grant and lieu properties do not pay school requisition. So there's a slight difference in all of the classes, but the majority is the machinery and equipment class that is exempt from school requisition.
Any other questions or comments with regard to what's being presented? If not, I actually have another question, but it's more related to the document that we put forward. Is there any way that we can show the new policing costs? Because they're new to us, and I'd like our community to understand that that has become a new cost and what it looks like on their tax.
The direction we receive from Municipal Affairs is that it must not be identified separately on the tax and assessment notice.
It's curious because I was sitting in one of these EOP, courses, and some urbans are able to show it. What is the difference, perhaps? Or are they just
I'm not
simply
sure.
breaking the rules?
Maybe. We were given specific instruction not to show it separately.
Wow. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Not having access to the specific information you're referring to, I'm going to take a bit of a leap here. I would suggest that what the urbans are reporting is not necessarily the same issue as is affecting Clearwater County and other rural municipalities, being the new police funding model. That is specific to rural communities such as ours. Mrs. Serhan is correct that we cannot build that in as a separate levy within the tax rate bylaw. But I would suggest for council's benefit that we have been very careful in terms of communication around the approved budget, that has a budgetary impact to Clearwater County. So that's been made very transparent to our ratepayers through the budgeting process. Where it comes to the funding of that, this is where it comes home to roost in terms of when council speaks to consideration of a 0% rate increase, that is including those additional costs for the police funding model. Those are being absorbed as well. And part of that transfer and potential additional transfer from the tax rate stabilization reserve is helping to fund that in 2021. And going forward is going to be a consideration for council in every budget as to that amount. So my suggestion is that the communication happens on the cost side of things as opposed to the revenue side, because on the revenue, we can't separately identify it. That would make it a special levy, and we're not allowed to do that. Instead, it comes to fruition in the total revenue that we're looking at through taxation and other sources.
And just by, I guess, way of reminder, we know that it's gonna be amount, I'll say a third of the total value will be in 2021, 2022 will be that much, and then 2023 will be the total value. Could you provide us what those numbers are approximately?
I don't have those numbers today.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if Rhonda does.
I know for 2021 was 450,000, and it's greater than 600,000 in 2022, but I don't know beyond that.
And it'll be over $1 million something?
Yeah, I think it's 1.2 or 1.3 when it finishes the increments.
Right, those are our 3 steps to get to the big number. Councillor Swanson.
You bring up a great point in that regards, that these policing costs are reflected in the overall budget. I do believe at this spring RMA, there was a resolution put forward that the RMA will be lobbying the government for rural municipalities to put that on their tax as a separate line item. I do believe that was passed, and so that might be something during our RMA session this afternoon to ask again, where that lies, and let our lobby voice keep bringing that forward. So,
Thank you for that reminder. That being said, if there's no other questions or comments, looking for somebody to motion for approval of second reading of the 2021 tax rate bylaw. Councillor Swanson? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Looking for a motion for third reading. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, any questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you. We'll look forward to more information about what we can do about rebates, etc. Work in a future workshop. This looks like a great segue to a quick break. How about we take 10 minutes and we'll be back at 25 after 10. It's my OCD coming through. Okay. Well, we've returned from a brief break. It's 10:25, and we're going to progress to 6.1, 2020 contract rate review. I guess we have Mr. Hanson here to walk us through it. And you've brought company.
Yes, we did. Good morning, Rebate, Council. I'd like to take this opportunity to reintroduce Monica Purwell, our engineering intern. We haven't seen her in a while. So I'm actually going to get her to walk council through this agenda item here this morning, and be happy to take any questions after.
I'm sure I'm going to butcher your last name, so I'll say welcome, Monica.
Thank you. Good morning, Reeve. Good morning, councillors. Good morning, county staff. Our staff recommendation is that council reviews the information provided and approve the 2021 Clearwater County Contractor Equipment Rate Schedule as amended. As council may recall, Clearwater County contractor equipment rates have been based on a percentage of the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association Equipment Rental Rate Guide, also known as ARCA. The percentages range from 75% to 87% of the ARCA equipment rates, depending on the type of equipment. Council last reviewed and approved the current contractor rate schedule on June 12, 2018. At that time, Council also approved a 5% fuel index added to the base rate. This was due to the sharp increase in fuel prices at that time. Attached with this agenda item on page 51 also shows the history for the dyed diesel, clear diesel, and gasoline. The rates show the cost per liter for each month of each year. The graphs show the rates from 2016 all the way until April of this year, and the yellow line shows the average rates for each month. Staff recommends removing the 5% fuel index. Our current fuel prices are just slightly above the average. ARCA modifies the rates for different equipment according to the year that it's manufactured. As equipment gets older, newer models are introduced and the rates decrease. Also attached to this agenda item are a list of commonly used equipment here at the county. Most of the equipment that is listed are older models, which account for the decrease in rates in some of the categories. The current rate schedule is used for day labor projects. Some of these projects include the gravel road rehabilitation program, drainage work program, ditching program, and the summer and winter gravel program. These projects account for about $6 million of the annual public works budget. When we use the ARCA book rates, we use it as a baseline. There's also some other considerations that we have to consider with equipment rates, including utilization of equipment, cost due to isolation, adverse conditions, equipment availability, cost for fuel and lubrication products, supply and demand. In the past, council directed staff to manage the equipment rates and set them in a way that allows a municipality to compensate its contractors, a supply and demand philosophy. Clearwater County would pay an economical rate while still being able to obtain the required equipment and undertake programs to share out the work.
All right. Thank you for that. Any questions or I have many, so I'm like, okay. But I'll let others proceed. Councillor Lang?
Well, I have quite a few too, but I'm going to jump in with the fuel rate. Now, staff is recommending the removal of the 5% fuel index. And I guess I have a little bit of concern with that when you look at page 13, most of the equipment I would use diesel. And the red is 2021. We could see that it's on it's increasing. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if the diesel rate catches up to 2018 rate or exceeds it. And when I read this, I was taken a bit by surprise because we have a small business, and so our diesel costs have really gone up in the last few months, and they're climbing. And so I thought, well, maybe it's just us. So I did a bit of research myself, and I don't know if you could see this bar graph from where you are, but the diesel rates are climbing. So I'm not sure if now is the time to be taking away this 5%. My fear is we take it away, they may need it, and not need it back. And the carbon tax is certainly making a huge impact on these contractors, small business owners, not only in the fuel price, but everything they buy, whether it's tires or maintenance or whatever. They have their costs to keep their equipment maintained is way higher than when it's ever been. So that combined with the fact that they're not getting paid at 100% of the ARCA book has me a little bit concerned. So right now I am leaning towards keeping this 5% in for a little bit while and see where this line actually goes. So I'm going to leave it at that. There's other things that I'll bring up after everyone else has a chance.
Did you want me, I'll speak to the recommendation a little bit, just to let you know where our thought process was. Absolutely, it is council's decision whether to keep the 5% fuel index in place or not. As we can see, the trend for the fuel price is going up. We've been monitoring it monthly and provided you the most up-to-date data, which we did see the biggest increase. When we did the calculation on a 5% fuel increase, now, just to break it down simply, our average consumption for, say, let's see, a piece of equipment would be about 200 liters a day. So that works on a 10-hour day, that's 20 liters per hour. So a 5% increase for, let's use for an example, a average rate of $150 an hour, you'd have to actually have a 37-cent increase in fuel price to actually equate to the additional 5% increase on that rate. So it's a little bit confusing. I apologize. I could have brought that, but it's we're not, when the council set that rate, as you can see back in 2016, 2017, the rates were quite low, and then in 2018 they really jumped up to the blue line you could see, and it was certainly was warranted then. I believe we're going to see a higher than normal average as we tend to grow with the carbon tax is here to stay. It's going to, our general average for our fuel prices are going to go up. The latest, and that's why it was actually so long to bring this item in front of you, because we really wanted to have the latest book for the most up-to-date Alberta Road Builders rate guide, which they provide. You know, their rates are based on current prices as well as what their projections are. But it's absolutely council's decision whether they want to include a 5% that rebate, that tax, 5% fuel index, of course. But that was the thought process in coming with the recommendation.
Councillor Duncan?
It's been maybe at least one previous council or so, but at one time, didn't we not approve rates that had a fluctuating fuel incentive with it, or not incentive, but we would apply the fuel incentive when the price of fuel went above a certain level, and I don't remember the decision why we went away from that. Maybe it was a 2018 decision that, but anyway, I don't know if that triggers any memories for you, Mr. Hanson, or not, that how we used to do it back a number of years ago.
Yep, actually, what you're referring to is the greater beat tenders. So
Okay.
when a greater beat is submitted, it is submitted for a rate for the fuel price of that day. So as the rate increases, that is monitored monthly, and there's an equation that as the fuel rate increases at so many cents per liter over the course of a given month would equate to an increase in the rate, because that piece of equipment was tendered for the fuel rate of the day. So it was never applied to the contractor rates in this list. It was just a fuel index that was applied across to all fuel burning equipment back then, but we still maintain that same philosophy with the fuel index as it changes. It's, in regards to the greater beats, it's not a huge administrative burden because we only have 12 beats or 13 beats, 2 being county. So we only have to apply that to 13 different contractors, where this, we have upwards of 35 to 40 different subcontractors. If we had to monitor each individual rate monthly to account for a fuel rate, that would be fairly onerous administratively. And I would just recommend, if we see a trend, we put a blanket increase across all fuel burning equipment, or not.
Okay, good. No, thank you for that. I remember now.
Out of curiosity, with regard to the percentage range being between 75 and 87% of the, you called it ARCA, equipment rates, depending on the type of equipment, how do we determine that? Like, that's a fair range difference between 70, like, that's 12 percentage points, that alone. No, sorry, not quite that many. My math.
Absolutely. So it is kind of it's a formula based on our base data, where we actually go around to, I guess, the stock rates for our local contractors, which we have many of. So we actually have stock rates provided to us for anybody that was walk into a local contractor could get an equipment rate sheet. So we use that as a determining factor of, say, what is the stock rate for most equipment. And unfortunately, I guess fortunately, we have a wide variety of contractors and availability of equipment. So what we don't want to be seeing is actually paying a higher amount than what a stock rate would be for a piece of equipment that we could hire locally. So we want to be competitive with that price. We don't want to, if somebody didn't think that we were compensating enough for a piece of equipment, they wouldn't come work for us. And that's the other metric we use, is our availability of equipment, our discussions with contractors. Do we have a hard time hiring equipment? I'm going to say absolutely not. We have more equipment signed up for our equipment, for our contractor list than we can provide work for. So the rates we apply is particularly for like the trucking industry, the equipment move industry, that's around the lower, the 70%. And as you can see, even for a truck and pup, for example, I believe it's paid 75% of the Alberta Road Builders rate is still a very competitive rate for one of the pieces of equipment that we use the most. And we find that the heavy equipment is more, the Alberta Road Builders heavy equipment rates are more in line with what the regional average is.
That was a lot there and there's a formula that we figure this out with, is what I heard.
And absolutely, it's based on our recommendations from looking at what the stock rates are in the surrounding area and basing that onto the rate. It becomes more complicated in the process of the administration to develop the rates, but I think it's also more in tune to how the industry in the area is compensated for their rates, for their equipment.
So in this policy, this is a policy, yes, policy, where's the formula?
The formula is not it's just that council will establish the rates based on our recommendation. If you do not agree with the recommendation, then we'd be happy to change the rates to, if there was something that was a different formula that was applied, we do not provide the formula in the policy. It's just revised, usually at a council request, or we've brought it forward to, just because as the models get so much older, it's important to keep updating the rates to reflect the new models as they come online.
So is the formula in the procedure then?
That's unfortunately one of those policies that need to be reviewed and updated to, that doesn't have a procedure with it. It's an administrative procedure right now.
Okay, other question, oh, yeah, Councillor Lang.
So Eric, you just reminded me of one of my other questions I was going to ask. You brought up the older models, which account for decreases in the rates in some of the categories. I guess that's, I have a question and a concern. So my question is, just because it's an older model doesn't mean it can't do the same amount of work as a newer model. But also older models, they're more costly to maintain for the contractor. So because of that, I have a problem in decreasing the rates just because the model is older. And as a matter of fact, sometimes the older models can work better than a newer model. So I just have some concerns about that. And this whole, when this came to council, it reminded me, and I actually dug up the emails with administration from last fall. I asked for a workshop to be held on the hiring of equipment. And not only did I ask last fall, but I asked the following spring. And anyways, and I don't know, Jim Duncan had responded to one of the emails. But anyways, it was basically said that we would have a workshop. They would like to have more policies to review at that time. But if there wasn't another policy, that we would have this added to a workshop, to an upcoming workshop. We've never had that. And I have a whole lot of questions regarding the hiring of equipment. I remember about 6 months ago, I'd asked how many subcontractors we had, and I have the notes at home, Eric, but I believe it was 30-some you had said, and I asked how many we actually hire, and it was just a handful. And you explained why, because they work well with the county and the supervisors, and I understand it, but there's also I'm hearing some concerns out there. And so this has been heavily on my mind. And it seems we do a lot of studies. We had the fire study to the fire people so we could get feedback from them on how maybe we could improve policy. We're meeting with our ISP providers to find out how we can better the broadband program. Shortly after this council came into being, we had a study or a chance to interview directors and staff, and we quickly made some changes there. And it all generally is for the benefit. And here we are, we have these contractors that are working below the 100%, and I would like to hear from them. And I'm wondering if we couldn't have, maybe when the new CAO comes, we could have a study and questionnaires put out for all the contractors we use, those we don't use, those who are retired. Get some feedback from them so we can build a good policy. There was a sentence in this policy that jumped out at me. It says, in addition, the county will endeavor to distribute county work among contractors as fairly as Clearwater County deems possible. And when we have all these contractors and we're only using about 25%, and especially in these hard times, and when I look at the accounts payable, a lot of these contractors, they roll over from spring to summer to fall to winter, the same contractors. And there's a lot that are giving up. They go, what's the use of even having their name on the contractor list? So I have some concerns. I would like to have a study so we can build a really good policy that will benefit those contractors, and so we can work with them and distribute the money, the dollars, the county tax dollars more evenly throughout the ratepayers and businesses of our county. And I've heard a bit from some contractors. I believe some of the other councillors have as well. I'm going to leave it at that and see if anyone else has anything they want to add to this.
All right, other comments? Councillor Lougheed?
I think I could safely say that I get a number of calls about the hiring process and the use of contractors and the fairness of the system. And I'm struggling to actually understand the whole thing. So I think I would certainly benefit from a workshop that would kind of bear a little light on that process and understand that better. I know even just looking at the scheduled rates there, I kind of look down the list because I have a few of those pieces of equipment myself. So it's always kind of interesting to know what a rate would be. And some because my eye is drawn to that, I kind of start to look through that and just trying to understand why one piece of equipment is valued a certain way and another piece of equipment that's very similar is much less. So I guess for me, it would be useful to understand the fairness of the process and how that's put together, and then be able to communicate that back to the residents and the contractors when I get asked a question.
Mr.
Knowledge is a
Hanson.
good thing.
Sorry.
So-
Mr. Hanson?
Great discussion on review of the policy procedure feedback in that regard. I maybe will go back to the first comments you made in regards to the equipment being paid for older models, et cetera. So I didn't make that decision. When we look, and that's the nice part about using the Alberta Road Builders book. That is a book of the peers of that industry that have set the rates out for that equipment. We don't have any input into how the base rates in the Alberta Road Builders are established. That's how, again, a book of their peers has created the rates so that they've decided that the newer equipment will be compensated at a higher rate. Then as the model gets older, that's when it's decreased. So that's out of our hands. If we choose not to use that as our baseline, that's another choice that can be made in that regard. We can revisit that as well.
All right, and thank you for that clarification that where that, I said it once, that ARHCA rate business comes from, so it's from peers. I think for me, I need to understand the process and the formula. Other comments, Councillor Duncan?
Just a little bit of clarification. I think I see it in here. There are probably pieces of equipment here that some of them have been maintaining their rates, and I'm assuming that often it may be several years before a new model of that equipment comes in play. So that's maybe one of the reasons why you see some decrease and some not, or some rates decrease and some don't. And but we must be fairly aware of what's out there in terms of availability, and when you set these rates, you do recognize that there may be pieces of equipment that there is nothing new. Their rates may decrease as they get older, even if there's no newer models to replace them?
Well, I guess that's one improvement that the road builders rate has made, is that they've actually, for example, the trucking industry for moving equipment was all based on wheels. So then it was an 8-wheel configuration, a 12-wheel configuration, 16, 24. And you can see those have been quite consistent with how they remain. Same with the water truck. Instead of using a manufacturer's make, model, et cetera, they just went on the amount of gallons. Same with truck and pup, truck and tridem. They don't use the model. It's basically just that configuration. Really, the model differences are really applied to trackhoes, backhoes, dozers. It seemed like, especially the crawler tractor dozer industry, they seem to come out with a brand new model every year instead of staying consistent. And I guess it's in their defense, I guess that's how they're trying to keep up with how do you properly compensate somebody that's bought on a new machine that meets the new emission standards that cost more, et cetera, to try to properly compensate for that. So the standardization of, if it's, even the tractors when it just goes by horsepower. So it doesn't matter if it's a John Deere, a Deutz, an Alice, Chambers, as long as it's a 250 horse tractor, it's gonna get compensated at this rate. That standardization, I think, is really took out a lot of that, this model issue there, because, it's the comment that's not lost, a 300 Hitachi EX, whatever, it could probably still perform as good as another 300 Cat from a previous model, right? So, but just that's the way that they've set up for the baseline in their let's say peer-reviewed rate schedule.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reverend. Heard a couple of suggestions from councillors as to having a workshop to discuss both the policy and the procedure, and I would just suggest for council's consideration, perhaps a strategic planning session might be more appropriate. Typically, that's where administration would bring policies for review and possible amendment. And I think as well, given that the councillors have shared concerns coming from their constituents, the public might benefit from hearing that conversation as well, which a workshop wouldn't provide. So, food for thought.
Councillor Lang?
I really think we need to have some sort of study where we reach out to the current contractors, the ones that are used, the ones that are not used, past contractors for feedback from them. I'm hearing there's some concerns about reaching out to administration or councillors, their fear of their jobs. I think we need to hear all that, much like the firefighters, keep this anonymous, and so we have all the details, everything, all those concerns are brought back to us before we have this strat plan or workshop. If we want the truth and we want to make the best policy, we have to enable it so that that the truth can come back to us of the concerns. Much like when we started this council back in 2017, we had some anonymous feedback from staff and directors that came to the councillors, and some changes were made. And sometimes only through keeping things confidential can we come up with the best policies.
Okay, sounds like a potential survey. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. I think you read my mind. That's exactly what I was going to clarify. Councillor Lang, if you're thinking of some sort of a survey that we could put out and then potentially bring it back as an agenda item, even for a regular council meeting or a strategic planning session, and share those results of the survey with council. Is that kind of what you're thinking of?
Yeah, as long as it can be done in timely order, so it's this council that looks at it.
There may be an opportunity, I don't know if there's opportunity for us to look at what that survey would look like ahead of time. Would that fit into the workshop part of that? And then we could go into the strategic planning. How would we work that? I guess I'm looking at logistics of how does that work exactly?
I would suggest that administration could bring an agenda item potentially to the next meeting if it allows Public Works time to put some options before council as to how we could proceed with this. And council could consider that and give us direction.
Sounds good. Councillor Swanson?
Well, I can appreciate Councillor Lang's interest in having this council look at it. I do realize that it is May and it is construction season and these contractors are busy. So it may not be an opportune time for them to fill out this survey. And I would just leave it up to the Public Works Director to figure the timing on this, because good weather, we know that they all want to take advantage of the projects that they see in front of them for this year. So not saying that it's we don't need to look at it, but I don't place it on the urgency as far as having to be done like if it's in November when things wrap up, I'm fine with that as well. So it's just bringing that information forward, and maybe that would be better for the new council at that particular point in time, because it is construction season for these contractors.
All right, that's another perspective. Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I agree. Many contractors will be busy, but there's an awful lot out there that are not working either. And a survey doesn't take that long to fill out. And I would think if this has something to do with their livelihood, and I think a lot of them are wanting to reach out and have their say, I think they would take the opportunity if it's made available to them.
Councillor Duncan.
And not that I'm looking for it now, but I would need some clarification on the questions that we're sending out in this survey. We have to figure that one out. And I also just want to observe again that the list we have here for the contractor rates is based upon a peer-reviewed from the rate, there's the two road builders associations here. So it's not without input already from contractors.
I appreciate that. I think for me, it's more an opportunity to better understand all of this? Because I'm not even sure if this includes, what do you call, hourly or day rate or whatever that is. I assume they fall in the same sort of category, but I don't see it listed per se. Maybe I'm just not reading it right. Mr. Hanson?
Day rates?
I guess so. I don't know
Yeah,
what
we,
they're.
that's not typically something that we pay for our rent per day, like if we hire per day as, so it wouldn't be, anything that's not included in the, like, it isn't all inclusive to everything we hire, like if we had to rent a piece of equipment there from a Strong Co, for example, as a packer for our say a seasonal staff to run, that's not included in the rental guide. This is just for the hourly contractor hired equipment. And we've actually skinnied down that list because there was a lot of equipment that's been accumulating over the years that we haven't hired probably in the last 10, 12 years. So we had all of our staff that went through the list. And not saying that we couldn't hire a piece of equipment like that, because if somebody provides a piece of equipment that that fits the need and available, we would actually add that back onto the list. And same with, as new equipment comes online, a new piece of equipment, a model that was purchased in 2021 that's not currently on the list, we would add that back onto the list as, and given to the same group as what it would be in the Alberta Road Builders book. So it's consistent with how council sets the rate. But we have provided the, like how the percentages were applied to each individual contract before. I didn't find it necessary to, or see it necessary to bring it in this time, but we're happy to provide that again, how we, which percentage we apply to which group. We just wanted to provide that, the generalization that it was between 75 and 87, but happy to provide that information to council there for how, which group that's applied to.
Well, and thank you, and perhaps that's that whole learning opportunity coming forward that we would have. Because I even wonder about performance indicators when we are accounting for contractor efficiencies and choosing, because you've got to pick and choose your way through. And I know that it ends up being on your shoulders, quite frankly, and I would say probably Mr. Magnus as well. And I think it's good for us to understand how those decisions are made, and that conversation is valuable to me, as I recognize it's not an easy decision.
I can tell you, we've made leaps in our performance management tracking, even with the addition of some recent programs using Teams, for example, having so many, because it's the supervisors, foremans that hire equipment, provide that daily input to contractors, get that feedback. And now we're actually using a parent document there to actually record and monitor performance. So we're also able to have an active list of contractors that provided all their insurance and WCB information, everything's up to date. Performance indicators, you know, issues of tardiness or poor performance there, that's all logged in our, into our common sheet now there, so we can all take advantage of that information. So technology has really helped in improve that. And we also have another active list of rates paid or the amount paid to an individual contractor. So we can get a better idea and keep track when you're looking at 35 to 40 day labor contractors. It's quite diverse, and it's spread over, it's not just my department, it's ag services, it's public works operations, infrastructure, anybody else that hires equipment there. So it's nice having that centralized system there to be able to better monitor how work is being distributed. But make no mistake, we require our contractors to work. When they're working for us, our expectation is high, because that's the expectation of the ratepayer and of this council, is that, and sometimes contractors are not happy with our decisions we make, but it's in the best interest of the project or this organization. So I'm always open to hearing feedback, and if a survey is a way that this council would like to see what the general overall feeling would be, I'm absolutely 100% in favor of hearing what that feedback would be.
And thank you for that clarification as well. I recognize it's a pretty subjective process, so trying to quantify it is always a challenge. Councillor Hoven, And then I'm going to Councillor Lang and Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Kind of trying to keep track of who. Oh, where is he ahead? Oh, Councillor Hoven.
My concern right now is that I'm concerned that we're gonna be tying the hands of our directors way too much if we start clarifying more as to restrictions on who they can hire. If you look on page 42 of 113, we already have 5 criteria when the directors are choosing contractors. Past work history with the county, along with the cooperative record of the contractor making equipment available to the county in times of need or difficult situations. The experience of the operator and the suitability and condition of the equipment. The amount of hourly work the contractor or contracting company has received or is expected to receive from the county. The location of the equipment in relation to the work site. And normally for contractors with a fleet of trucks or equipment, the county will have no more than 2 trucks or pieces of equipment from one contractor working at one time. It already sounds like we've got a fair number of rules that we're trying to get the directors to follow. And I do note that I think the most important thing is not even listed there, getting the quality work done at the lowest cost for the county and for the ratepayers. And I think if we have too many rules as to who they can hire and when they have to hire, it's just gonna add more costs onto the county. It's gonna make their jobs more difficult. So I'm very hesitant about us digging any deeper into the work that the directors and the administration should just be doing by themselves.
Thank you for that. I certainly understand that, and I can appreciate that, you know, we certainly need to have that level of understanding and confidence. And consistency, I think, is the biggest thing for me. Councillor Lang.
So I was going to make a couple motions, but I just went a little bit further to what Councillor Hoven was saying. There's a couple quite a few incidents that I have come to me from my constituents, and I'm just going to kind of briefly talk about 2. They both had to do with Nordegg. One was with the day contractors, and one was with subcontractors that had a bid job. The one complaint with the bid job, that residents saw this contractor dig a trench, cover it up, re-dig, cover it up, dig again, cover it up, and it came to me like, how much are the ratepayers paying for this to keep redoing the work? And so what administration checked into it for me, and the good thing that came back was that it was a bid job. So they could dig it up 100 times, and it's not costing us anymore. So that was the benefit of having a bid job. The other job in Nordegg, it had to do with, and one of the other councillors was with me on this when this came up, equipment that was being used that you could actually walk faster than this equipment could move. And the number of hours it was taking to do the project. And so I brought that back to administration, and I can't really remember the outcome, but I believe that was a day rate job, and there were changes when that was identified about how long this was taking. There was changes that was made to that. But had that been a bid job, that probably would have taken a few weeks compared to a few months, because contractors that come in on a bid job, they come in, they want that job done because they're paying the wages to their staff. Where it's a day job, there's no real rush to get it done. So I think we need to have a bit of a discussion in a workshop about day rate laborers, contractors as compared to bid jobs, and maybe there's some savings to be done. And that's just the 2 examples I have. I'm going to put out 2 motions. The first motion is that a survey be conducted where council has input of questions to go out to all contractors, those that are working, those that are on the list but haven't been working, and past contractors. And that council be involved in the questions and administration that can go out to these contractors so we can get some good feedback to come up with some good policies, so. That council directs administration to conduct a survey to go out to the contractors.
It just needs a little bit of rewording at the beginning, survey, I guess, of, to,
To the contractors. To conduct a survey, okay, of, does that sound
I
right?
think,
was gonna say
of
Of
works.
contractors, current and past. And that the draft survey, that the survey is composed of questions that, I want this to be an anonymous survey, and that the survey is composed of questions made up by council and staff. For the purpose of better development of policy. To conduct a survey. No. And that the drafts, no. The council directs administration to conduct a survey of contractors current and past, and that the questions posed come from council and administration.
I think that the survey being presented for council approval would be
Okay,
staff putting
okay.
it together and us approving it, and we
Okay.
could amend it when it comes back.
Okay. And the second,
Oh, how about we do one at a time?
well, I think the second motion kind of has to do with this first motion. So I'd
okay.
like to put them both, and
Okay.
maybe one should be presented for voting on prior to the other.
Okay.
So the second motion is to table this item that's before us, the contractor rate review, until administration has scheduled a workshop that provides us feedback from the survey.
Thank you for clarifying.
And the workshop to be done within the next 2 to 3 months maximum.
All right, I see Councillor Hoven.
Next 3.
Oh, sorry.
Can you change the 4 to 3? And survey results provided at the workshop.
All right. Councillor Hoven, and then I'll go to Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
I'm a little confused as to the purpose of the survey in regards to the policy. Is this, we just ask the contractors if they're happy with the policy? What aspects of the policy they're unhappy with? I think this is so broad, it's almost meaningless at this point, right? If there's a specific issue that we need to have our contractors' view on, such as when we approach the ISP for their view on the broadband strategy, it was a little more narrow than just saying we're gonna have a survey. I'm I don't think I can support a survey unless I know exactly what we're looking for. What points of clarification are we trying to get out of this policy?
All right, I'll let Councillor Lang consider that for a moment. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. I would like to direct a question to Mr. Hansen. Are there potential risks if this item that you've brought to council today is tabled with respect to this year's construction season?
No, we will just continue to compensate our contractors as per the original schedule. As new equipment comes on, like I say, if something's not listed on that rate schedule that needs to be added, then we add it on into the group that it fits appropriately and compensated based on the formula that was approved back in 2018. So there's no risk, I guess, in that regard. This was just an attempt to update the list to the more current version of the road builder's schedule, but there's no problem in compensating to the older schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Hansen has explained that we could continue using the current schedule. And in that regard, like Councillor Lang, I think that the price of fuel will continue to be a concern, and we see on the chart that it's in a rising trajectory at this point in time. So lowering the amount that would be allocated for fuel, I can see that being a potential problem over the next few months. So I'm okay with that second part of it. And relative to the questions or the possible concerns, the one concern that I've heard come forth a few times, and I think we need to address it better within the policy. I think most elements of this policy, or most situations are pretty well described, but what could be outstanding in my mind is whether we are allocating the equipment and services of contractors evenly, fairly across the breadth of contractors that are available. And that's something that I think council should pay attention to, that across our community we are being fair in the way we allocate these work opportunities. Thank you.
Councillor Hoven, I see your light is still on.
Well, I guess blow up with that. How do we define fair when it comes to awarding contracts? Right, is this a thing where we put it in policy that each contractor can only receive a maximum of a certain amount of dollars? Is it how do we regulate that? What is fair? What is equal? If someone's better at doing a job and can do it cheaper, isn't that the person we should choose like we do for all of our tenders? I'll get back to the results of the survey. If I was sent a survey as a beef producer, what my general problems are, I'd say I want more money for each animal than I want something else. If we have a broad general survey going out to the contractors, the results are the county should pay me more money and I should get more hours. And we have to have a laser focus if we're going to be having a survey, and I'm not hearing that from anyone here in the council. I think it's going to be wasted money and wasted effort. If someone does have a genuine, legitimate concern about the way we do assign contracts, we already have a whistleblower policy where if something is that wrong, they are protected if they come forward with it. I just don't see the need for this survey. We've got 10,000 other things we need to be focusing on other than having administration do a project that I don't think is going to give us any relevant information.
Well, I know for me, I don't know what I don't know, so having information come back would be helpful as I learn more about this and the process, and I recognize it's very subjective. So I'm thinking my learning opportunity might be enhanced from that, and that's what I'm seeing it for. Councillor Lang?
I was just gonna say, we don't know what we don't know. And the reason I brought this up is because of concerns that have come to me over the last 7+ years. And quite frankly, I've heard concerns prior to even becoming a councillor. So whether these concerns are legitimate or not, I don't know. But we have done surveys before. A lot of dollars go out to our contractors. There is a chance to focus in on the questions that we want, that contractors may want us to have a better understanding of some of their frustrations, and that we can make a better policy. Deputy Vandermeer pointed out one of the concerns that I have heard, that some of this work, it's believed the work could be spread out through our contractors a little bit better. And maybe it can't be. I don't know, but let's find out.
All right, Mr. Hanson, did you have something you'd like to share?
Well, I guess, in the defense of, of the existing policy, there is, as you can see, a lot of subjectivism, if that's a word today, sorry. Because it is the talents and the discretion of so many levels of our staff that make those decisions every day. You know, our foremans, sometimes it's the lead hands, coordinators that hire equipment. And, but truly, it becomes down to it's not that a 270 from one contractor can't do the same work as a 270 from another contractor. If that was the case, it would be so easy to just share out the work. But it's the person in the seat, the personality in the seat, their ability to work as a crew and provide value to this organization and to a road project to become on time, on budget, with still trying to maintain a sense of community out there on the job site. That's what these foremans and supervisors are tasked with every day. Being able to evaluate throughout history, you know, if one particular contractor sends a seat warmer instead of an operator, which does happen, because they were entitled to an allotment from Clearwater County. If that's the decision of council, that's what means fair, but it might not be the best value. So I would just caution council with that.
And I appreciate the clarification. I had a part of a thought going through that, and I'm trying to formulate it into, you know, recognizing that there's a lot there. I do see the value of having a survey, and I guess for me it's enabling the various contractors to feel like they're part of the solution, because then they're less likely, I think, in the future to phone up various counselors and or staff, CIO, whoever they're phoning. I think if they're part of the solution, I think that they will feel included and be less likely to be making phone calls of concern and complaint. I think there's value in that at the very least. And there's certainly value in our council better understanding the complexities of this particular file, I'll call it. So I see value in a process to go forward, and I sense that's what Councillor Lang is trying to achieve with her two motions. Councillor Lang.
Yes, it is. And Reeve Liard, you also brought up, I'm not sure what you say, a matrix for evaluating the work being done. I've heard concerns out there. How do you compare contractor A with contractor B? They get paid the same, yet contractor A will haul 4 more loads of gravel in a day, the same distance. That type of thing. Like, I'm hearing kind of stuff like that, and I want a better understanding. I think council and our public, we need to have a better understanding of the process to get the maximum for our dollars.
If there's no other comments or questions, Councillor Lang, you have two motions. Perhaps we'll go through the process of getting through motion number 1 and then going through motion number 2. It's my understanding that your first motion is that council directs administration to draft and present a survey for current and past contractors to provide feedback on potential amendments to the current hiring of equipment policy for council's approval at the, and I'm not sure, at a regular council meeting? We need to put a date in there? Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. That would give administration the best preparation to be able to pull this together. I would suggest it won't be for the next council meeting. Mr. Hansen's staff will need some time to pull this together. It would be probably one of the meetings in June. I would ask Mr. Hansen for comment as to what he thinks the time requirement would be to have such a survey draft pulled together for council.
Mr. Hansen, and then I'll go to Councillor Lang.
Building surveys doesn't really, never fell in my wheelhouse before, so I have no idea how long it's gonna take to make a survey. I got an idea of some of the questions I could bring, the council might be looking forward. I guess one little question to the past contractors. Is there a reason why we have current and past contractors identified in the motion? I don't know of other contractors that aren't on the list that maybe used to be, or was that in reference to? Sorry.
Councillor Lang.
Simple reason, past contractors talk a lot more than current contractors about their frustrations. So I've heard quite a bit. I don't know if you even have names of the past contractors, but that's why I put it in there, because there's a reason they're a past contractor.
So just all contractors would encompass?
Maybe all contractors, anyone we can
Anybody
think
that
of.
wanted
Yeah, and maybe even the public for feedback on. But this draft was these questions were also supposed to come from council too. Like maybe councillors have, and that's why I don't know if we have to put this off too long, because the council meeting should be about getting questions, my thoughts, to put forward for a survey, if someone else has a better idea.
All
Or
right.
maybe we can email you questions.
That's what I was just going to suggest, and we could have this come back to, we've got 2 June council meetings. One's June the 8th, I believe, and I don't know what the other date is. It'd be 2 weeks after.
22nd.
Okay. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you. I would suggest the June 8th meeting, and I would volunteer communications to assist Public Works in drafting this survey. And so to be clear, we'd be bringing back a list of draft questions from administration's perspective and letting council review those and modifying or adding additional questions to that before we send the survey out.
Absolutely. Councillor Lang?
Just a suggestion, but maybe councillors other than myself have contractors that have reached out to them and that they could get potential questions from those contractors to forward to, is it Eric, or who would we forward the questions to? Eric? Okay.
I assume Mr. Magnus would be assisting in all of this as well. And maybe there's other directors that use the contractors as well, so I maybe shouldn't zero in on Public Works. My apologies for that, staff. Other questions or comments on the first motion? So we have it for coming back to the June 8th. Seeing none, those in favor? Okay, that is 4. Those opposed? 3. It is carried. So, Councillor Lang, perhaps you'd like to go over your second motion?
Is it on? Okay. That council tables items 6.1 pending completion a workshop to review the current hiring of equipment policy scheduled within the next 3 months and presentation of contractor survey results.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Councillor Swanson?
Just for clarification, this particular item, 6.1, is in regards to the rates, but we are going to review policy. You want to review policy? Okay, I'm confused. I find that we're tabling something that's not necessarily part of the policy, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, we're on rates today, and we're tabling a rate, equipment rate sheet in regards to a workshop on policy, is what I read in this motion, for clarification.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hanson?
The only thing I could add is that it may provide council insight on how to establish the rates. It may, through the survey, amending the policy, maybe that changes the philosophy on how contractors should be compensated, so.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hanson. Councillor Hoven, and then I'm going to Councillor Duncan.
My light wasn't.
Okay. Councillor Duncan?
I agree with Councillor Swanson. I think we're getting a bit down the rabbit trail here for both policy and rates. I think that these have not been reviewed since 2018. I think the discussion today should be more around, because we're going to be all the way through this construction season before we resolve this issue. So I think we need to, for me, the discussion today is more about approving these rates that have not been looked at since basically 2018, although there is ability for staff to adjust based on our current policy. But I think my question would be, I think it'd be fine to approve the rates as presented today as an update. And I think our further discussion should be around whether or not we include the 5% fuel reduction or not, or fuel increase or not. So, and at this point, I think we need to approve this, and I am willing to leave the 5% fuel increase in for this year.
Okay.
So I don't want to table 6.1. I want to approve or disapprove it, and my approval, I think, would come with keeping the fuel increase in there.
All right. So we have a potential motion.
Well, we can deal with this
We've
motion
gotta
if you
deal
like,
with
and then
this one.
if it's defeated, we can make I'll make another motion.
Okay. Councillor Lang?
We don't know what we don't know. And we talked about the carbon tax and the effect on these contractors, and that's why I'm wanting to, and that could be part of our question about, how do they feel about these rates and rate changes, and get some feedback from them. And it's not pressing that this changes has to be made immediately. So I'm just wanting to hear from those affected before we vote on this.
I understand that, but I say we're not going to resolve this. Like, I'm just looking to update these rates for this year to make us more current and have that discussion on whether or not, because I agree with your earlier observation that, and Councillor Deputy Vandermeer's as well, that fuel is a bit of an issue right now, and I'm willing to leave that rate. So yes, the policy, we can review that. And we could come back and change these rates again for probably 2022, as opposed to 2021, because like I say, we're going to be pretty much through this construction season, and I am not really wanting to change the rates halfway through a construction season.
All right, very well. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yeah, I would just observe that this rate schedule, either way, either if we confirm that the 5% fuel surcharge is remaining within these rates, that's the same thing as leaving them unchanged. So whether we have a separate motion or whether we pass this one that says that we're not going to amend the current rates. I think it achieves stability for Public Works and the contractors either way. So I'm okay, Councillor Duncan, with whatever we do here.
Councillor Duncan.
I'm just not clear. If we, what you're saying is if we defeat this motion, the rates remain the same? They would just remain at the 2018 with the fuel charge? We haven't dealt with the recommendation here for, or with the ask from staff.
Pass this motion, then rates remain the same, which is in line with your thinking and my thinking as well, and Councillor Lang's. So if we pass this, it's okay. If we defeat a suggested motion here from
Yeah, okay, I see where you're going, and maybe just clarification of administration. If we pass this motion, then we would move forward in 2021 with the current rates, including a 5% fuel surcharge.
Yep.
Okay, what I'm thinking is that we need to adjust the rates from to 2021, just to be more current, and with the fuel surcharge left. That would be my preference on this.
Could I get some clarification? Would it not equal the same amount as the current one in front of us, Mr. Hagan?
That's not my understanding, Reeve. The recommendation before council with the new rates recognizes the change in the source documents that are being used for the formula. So there would be revised rates there, even though there'd be continuation potentially of the 5% fuel, the rates themselves would change. But I'd ask Mr. Hanson to confirm that understanding.
Yep, basically you would take everything that's under the yellow highlight, we'd add 5% on all the fuel burning equipment. Some of the major categories such as the trucking, the water trucks would come back to the exact same rate that is compensated today. But what has been identified and been taken into account is the model changes. Some of them have decreased, some have increased. That, again, it would be the 5% added on to that base rate there. And yeah, that's what it would be.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
For me, I'm like, I still would like to understand how the formulas and whatnot work. So I'm looking forward to learning a whole lot about this. So I'm personally good with leaving it for now till we better understanding it. We're talking a few months from now. Councillor Lang.
I guess further to what Councillor Duncan was saying, like, suppose we do what you suggested and update this, and then say we have some learnings and we need to change it again. That's kind of duplicating the work for staff is the way I see it. So I'd rather just leave it till we have information and then we can deal with it.
Okay. I think that that's all the discussion there. Oh, Councillor Hoven.
So Eric, when you set these rates for 2021, you went from the Alberta Road Builders and the Heavy Construction Association, or this one association. You said you got it from two different sources. That was one source. Where were the other sources?
So we provided, the primary source, of course, is the Alberta Road Builders Guide. There again, it would be easier if we just applied a straight percentage across all of the entire categories. The second source material was actually canvassing some of the larger contractors with their stock rates, which is basically the rate sheet that you and I can walk into there and say, if for all your equipment, what can I hire a D6 for, a D8, excavator, etc. And so what becomes apparent is that if we were to actually pay, certainly 100% of the contractor rates, it would be cheaper for us to go in and hire them at the block rate than the new rate that the county established. So that's really why we look at as how equipment is compensated in this region, because we have an abundance of equipment. We have an abundance of contractors that are ready, willing, and able to work. And we just don't want to be put in a position that we would pay more than another company to come in and hire that equipment. So that's the other source material we use is the block contract rates that are provided from these contractors. So Other municipalities do pay 100%. I think the provincial government, they just hire 100% at Alberta Road Builders rate. Other ones are a blanket at 80%. I believe even Red Deer County pays maybe 90%. But I say in my observation, it doesn't really make sense to pay more as a county rate than what somebody else could go hire that same piece of equipment for.
So you would say that these current rates in the 2021 rates are the market value for all this equipment?
Absolutely. That's why we bring them for you. And in the history, we have an established rate system, and this isn't something new that we've just added on. We've been able to hire equipment and pay these rates historically, since the time that I've started here with the same type of philosophy. And we've had success. There's some contractors that won't work for us. There's some contractors are quite high with their equipment rates, and that's okay, because there's other contractors that will.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my question when we talk about rates, because the ones that you're providing is from 2019, and we're now looking at 2021. Did any of these go up? They look like they've all went down. Okay.
There again, because of the historical nature because this is it's like a history lesson on all the equipment we've hired over the years. And like I said, the list was much longer even before I brought it back to council. So we've skinnied out the ones like the old Terex buggies and some of that. We're not hiring Terex buggies anymore. We're not hiring the old EX models of excavators. You can't even find them anymore. So we've really skinnied down the different types of equipment. And this is really granular, for council to get into, but it's reflective of, in the rate book, you can see how the model years progressively go from current to non-current to previous to sometimes not even exist. I don't know, like a D6D, for example, I don't even know if you can find a rate for it. But that's just the way that that's how they keep themselves updated with their documentation.
Thank you. I did have another look, and it looks like it's mostly gravel trucks and dozers.
And the majority of our work is actually with, they say the truck and pup, for example, is kind of the workhorse of our fleet with our capping jobs, which mostly we do with our gravel road rehab, for example. That's the $5 million chunk of that $6 million. The graders, because of the older models, they did come down. I can tell you the graders, I think they're up at that 87%, whereas the gravel trucks are 75%, and the tandem rate is still a reasonable rate for a truck and pup. We're always looking for ways, our source gravel costs there have gone up 50% in the last 5 years for our own supply. We definitely don't want to be seen as overcompensating there, because we're only taking those costs and bringing them right back onto our ratepayers of the cost for us to be able to rebuild our roads. And there's, some good conversation to be had about tendering a job versus day labor. We could go out with that entire list, and I could tender actually an hourly rate. I guarantee I'd probably get 65 to 70% of that rate. But then you'd also be sourced from maybe one of the larger blue and white contractors in the area could scoop up the majority of the work, because that's based on that, or another contractor. So you really lose out on that owner-operator component that we have always prided ourselves on. It's like, we do try to keep ourselves to, 1 to 2 pieces of equipment, but if there's multiple pieces of equipment, why would we have more than one from a specific contractor, right? And that is the philosophy we do apply. Truck and pup, there's no reason to hire, one contractor that has 100 of them, or even that contractor at all, right? Why not let the owner-operator provide opportunity with that? And so there's a balance and discretion. Like there's a lot of components that come with hiring equipment and managing our day labor work, because that's what it is. It is day labor. The contracts, it's kind of black and white, but you're fixed at that cost. This becomes very subjective, and we're happy to do it.
All right, I did see Councillor Duncan had your light on at one point there.
And I'm ready to move on, but I just to respond to Councillor Langs about staff having to redo work. The work has already been done. The 2021 rates are before us. If we make changes to the policy, for example, if we set a different percentage rate, say from 80 to 90 instead of from 75 to 87%, then these things would change again. But we can make this, we can approve this today for 2021, and that will carry us through to at least the workshop and probably into our next budget and into next year.
Councillor Lougheed?
I guess just one question. With the proposed 2021 rate, it doesn't include fuel increase. If we were to consider the fuel increase, that would just be adding that percentage to that number, or is there more of a formula than just straight percentage?
No, it would go straight 5% to all fuel burning equipment. So there is a small portion that's not, but we would just apply the 5% straight across as it is currently held now.
Okay, a lot of discussion. So, Councillor Lang, your motion is that council tables item 6.1 pending completion of workshop to review the current hiring of equipment policy scheduled within the next 3 months and presentation of contractor survey results. Okay, I think everybody understands the question. I don't see any other comments. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is 1 to 6, so it has been defeated. I will tell you why I did not vote for it. It was simply because I do see the value in at least getting the rate work accomplished. I still believe there is also value in perhaps breaking out the workshop review and component of this particular motion. So that may be something we want to consider. Councillor Duncan, you indicated you might have a motion.
Well, and perhaps I should just, so maybe Eric would revisit with us a little bit, the math a little bit behind the 5% increase actually requires a 37% increase in the fuel price too. Or the reason why you've removed the 5% fuel rate.
So, yeah, I'll back up to that formula again. I'll maybe walk you through. So for general sake and the sake of an easy example, I used a piece of equipment that's paid at $150 an hour. Normally, the consumption is about 200 liters per day on a 10-hour day. So that works out to 20 liters per hour. So let's say we're paying $1 a liter is a good base rate to go off of. So for every cent you add on that, so if I were to back calculate and say, okay, I'm just gonna add my $150 an hour with a 5% increase, it works out to like
162.50.
Yeah, so it's like a $7 increase. So in order to get a $7 increase in fuel, you need to have a 37-cent increase to justify that rate on that baseline $150 an hour, 20 liters per hour. So I'm gonna say we're probably not quite half of that right now with our increase. There's been some good discussion about where it's gonna go. I do see let's say, the fuel tax isn't a surprise, or the carbon tax, sorry. That is gonna be the new norm. So as long as council wants to just maintain that, that's your choice. But eventually, fuel indexing there, we might as well just raise the rate. If you don't feel it's adequately compensated, again, it's kind of like that rebate versus, I think fuel indexing is for extenuating circumstances. When you've seen, say, the big jump from 2016 up to 2018, that was a huge jump. That was 40 cents a liter, and council stepped up and provided that compensation. We're slightly above the average right now, which is provided in those graphs. So that's where the basis of the recommendation for be removed. But if council wants to keep it on for this year, happy to do it.
Okay.
I believe Tracy Lynn's putting something up for you.
Yes. I'm torn on this one. I understand where Eric's coming from. I guess we will My motion would be that we accept the proposed 2021 rate with a fuel increase included.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor?
Question here, sir.
Oh, sorry,
Oh, he's okay.
go ahead, Councillor Lahid.
More of a comment than anything. Of course, seeing that the proposed rate schedule is in general a lower fee schedule than last year. And kind of recognizing last year at this time, we were maybe at a very depressed fuel market. I just, anecdotally, I just filled my fuel tanks, and it cost more money to fill my 500-gallon fuel tank this year than it did to fill my 1,000-gallon fuel tank last year. So unfortunately, we've seen, I think there's that perception that fuel has went up, although I think the historical average, as Eric said, is stayed pretty much constant. I would certainly entertain the 5% fuel index being continued for another season.
All right, other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. I still see there being a need to have the workshop, so we may want to go and break out the workshop part out of Councillor Lang's original motion. It'd be the second one, I think. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Might I suggest for council that administration intends to bring back the draft survey at the June 8th regular council meeting, and council could consider and schedule a workshop or strategic planning session following that. So I would suggest it doesn't necessarily have to be dealt with today.
Councillor Lang? No, it's your motion, so I wanted to make sure that we have covered your thoughts.
As long as we get the workshop with this council.
So we'll be discussing it as one of the options at the June 8th meeting. Okay. Wow, that seemed so simple going in, but we had lots there, lots of questions. Okay. I think we've gotten lots out of that one. Thank you to both our Public Works staff for coming in.
Thank you very
And I
much.
appreciate all your work, and we look forward to seeing what a survey looks like. I assume if we have any ideas of questions, we can email them through Mr. Hagan and CC it to Mr. Hanson. Thank you. That brings us to 7.1, Weed, Pest, and Soil Conservation Act appointments. Mr. Martinson.
Good morning, council. We're here again this spring to discuss appointments of weed inspectors, pest inspectors, and soil conservation inspectors under the various pieces of legislation. It's likely not a surprise to council. We do this every spring as we have new staff coming on in the spring, and of course, as we see in the recommendation, that the appointments are effective for the duration of their employment. So our seasonal staff leave us in the fall, and whether they're returning to us again for an additional season or they're new to us this season, they will need a new appointment for us to conduct our operations and administer the Weed, Pest, and Soil Conservation Act. We also, from time to time, have to get appointments for full-time staff, new staff, as mentioned, all staffs for the duration of their employment. So if you're full-time, that typically covers you for the entire time. And so we do have one full-time staff member that joined us last spring that will need an appointment under the Soil Conservation Act. So I think that's kind of everything I wanted to share. As I mentioned, we have done this every year with council, so I'll leave it at that for now. Unless there is questions, I'd be happy to entertain anything.
All right, do we have any questions or comments? Are any of these folks returning from previous years?
Yeah, within that group, we have Ryan Jeffrey returning for his 3rd season. We have Lakin Kinch joining us for her 2nd season, and we have Bailey Eklund joining us for her 2nd season as well.
We've got a couple newer faces as well. That's exciting.
Possibly not newer last names. Both those young folks are well known in this county for being rural folks and farm kids.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed.
Just one question out of curiosity. I know that the work that these folks do quite often interacts with the public. Can you kind of explain the guidelines around how we're going to do this with the COVID restrictions and stuff like that? Are their duties somewhat modified to involve the interaction with the public?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I know we've spent a lot of time the last couple of years, the last couple of springs talking about how we're going to be able to work, and we've discussed, our enforcement programs with the board, and they've made some balances both last spring where we chose not to issue notices. This spring, we are going to issue some notices, but not to the extent that we have in the past. Our typical process for notices, as per legislation, requires us to either hand deliver or post on the property. And so we've changed our practice to a certain extent that we will be making contact with landowners first to find out where their comfort level is for personal visit. That still is ideal because we have an opportunity to talk about the compliance that we require. But if the landowner, the producer is not comfortable in meeting us face to face, then we'll let them know that we'll be posting their land. So we definitely are very, very mindful of the current pandemic going on. And, instead of essentially doing cold call stops like we would generally do in the past, we're doing a lot more contact work ahead of our stops so that everybody's comfortable with our presence. It also is helpful with the ongoing rural crime. Having people know what we're up to in any given area is a lot more helpful than kind of just the traditional way of showing up. Does that answer the question, Councillor Hyde? Thank you.
Adapt and overcome is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, we still have important work to do. So we want to be able to do some of that, but we want to make sure we can do it so that staff and the public are safe and we're getting value out of the work.
All right, so we've got 3 motions to work through. Councillor Duncan?
The staff recommendation for number 1, to appoint those as weed control officers, or inspectors, sorry.
Councillor Lang, you have a question?
No?
Okay. No other questions or comments? Those in favor? That is carried. So the next motion, we're looking for appointments for pest inspectors. Deputy Reeve?
I'll make the recommendation number 2.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried. The third motion is an appointment. I assume this is our full-time staff.
Yes, that's correct.
Councillor Swanson? Those in favor? That is carried, 7-0. All right, thank you. That was quick. That brings us to 8.1, and the CAO office. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Attached to this agenda item is some correspondence and background information provided by the Rocky Community Learning Council. with relation to the space that the Rocky Learning Center is currently using in the old provincial building. The provincial government has implemented a model that would result in not-for-profit organizations such as this being charged rental for the space that they occupy in government facilities. And even though what they're suggesting is not necessarily full market rate, but rather a recovery of costs back to the government, it will have some financial impact to the organization. They're not seeing additional funding to cover this, so it's going to have to come out of their operating funding that they currently receive. To that end, the council for the town of Rocky Mountain House has discussed this issue and is requesting that Clearwater County Council consider a joint letter along with the Village of Caroline to the provincial government, asking them to revisit this decision that has such a dramatic financial impact to groups such as this. And also attached to the agenda item is a draft letter for council's consideration, and as well, town council is open to any suggested amendments to this letter that county council may feel are appropriate.
All right, we'll find the letter on page 67 of 113. Mr. Hagan, while we're reviewing that letter, do we have any idea of what we would have for a backup plan if the government doesn't grant this level of relief? Has there been any discussion about other available spaces in the community? Did the town provide us any indicators of that?
I don't believe they have. I think that would be, source of further discussion going forward.
Yeah, this is such a valuable group, and the programs they provide, I would hate to see our community not have them. So I think that might be something we have to consider. Councillor Lang?
Yeah, we discussed this a little bit, maybe about a month ago. The Rocky Community Learning Council has struck up a committee to search for other possible facilities or areas in the community that they could rent. But the problem is having high-speed internet in order to run their programs, and that is difficult to find. So I think the joint letter is good and needed. And just as a side note, an email came in yesterday that there are members of the Rocky Learning Community Council that will be meeting with Jason Nixon this Friday virtually. So hopefully some good will come from that meeting.
All right. Other comments or questions? Is everybody happy with the draft letter? I believe it's appropriate. I think we need to, put our jointly put our best foot forward on this and appeal to the provincial government on such an important program in our community. So that being said, if we are okay with the letter, then looking for a recommendation that council send a joint letter with the town and the village, requesting Alberta Infrastructure to reconsider the non-government user space use policy for nonprofit organizations. Teresa, Councillor Lang, sorry. Any other questions or comments? Those in favor? That is carried. Okay, we've been in the seats for a little bit. Do we want a little stretch, or are we good to carry on? We could use a little break. Okay. How about we have a 10-minute break? All right, we're back at a little, 12:05. That brings us to 9.1, the CAO report. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. The first item on the report for this meeting has to do with our group benefit carrier. Our coverage period generally renews every May 1st, and we were looking at significant increases through our current carrier. Our benefit consultant, who works quite tirelessly on our behalf, did some serious negotiation with them, brought that number down significantly, but it still represented a sizable increase over the prior year. So they felt it was warranted to go out and get some new quotes. And another company has come in significantly less. And it will save both the county and county employees premiums going forward. And they've actually guaranteed those premiums for quite an attractive period of time. So it's not a situation where they're lowballing us to get our business and then next year everything goes up again. This will lock us into the next few years. So I think it's particularly advantageous in a time where the organization has not been in a position to offer any sort of cost of living increases, if we want to call them that, or market adjustments for labor. We have found a way to save our employees money off of their paychecks. So we think that is a positive going forward. And at the same time, what we're confident of is that we will have the same level of service that we had under the previous carrier, and we anticipate very little impact on the employees through this transition.
All right, thank you. That's great news. It'll
I
be
think it is.
interesting to see who our new carrier is.
Okay. Second item, the assessment department is currently working with IT to take advantage of the increased functionality of our GIS system. And one of the first things that we want to put in place is access for the public, and we're trying to line this up with the mailing out of the assessment tax notices, that if folks want to look at the assessment on their property compared to other properties in the county, it will take away the need to go and look up tables and that sort of thing, or necessarily come in or call the county office to find that information. What we're anticipating is they'll be able to go to our website and visually click on a property and see the assessed value, which is public information. So we see this as a great benefit, both in terms of using that technology within our GIS system, and as well increasing service to our ratepayers.
So perhaps at our, later at the end of May, or June, maybe we could have a demonstration?
Absolutely.
That would be awesome. Councillor Lang?
Mr. Hagan, I remember hearing in here once that the assessed value that our residents get taxed on their property is different than the value that real estate puts on the property. So with this GIS assessment, the system that's going to be used, is it going to be our value or real estate value?
It's going to be our value. It is the assessed value that the county uses under legislation. And there are different methods in determining that assessed value, and definitely professional judgment comes into play. And not to belabor the point, but it's based on a mass appraisal system. It's not necessarily the market value of every single property. It's grouping similar properties together to determine that assessed value. Mind you, with that being said, we do monitor real estate sales, and that forms part of our source information for making those decisions. So again, it's not any new information, it's just an easier method for the public to access that information. So if I clicked on my property in Clearwater County, what I would see is the same number that I'm going to see on my assessment and tax notice, but I may want to see what my neighboring properties are like. I may want to see what assessments are like other places in the county, and that information is available to everyone, but it's an easier way for them to go find that now.
Supplemental?
So we were given this before, it was years ago and I can't remember. Do you have any idea what the percentage of the difference between the assessed value and the market value or real estate value is?
Vary property by property. And there'll be other factors taken into consideration as well. And some properties don't move regularly, so we don't have that information short of an appraisal or something like that too.
Yeah.
And that is part of what the appeal process is meant to do, that if a ratepayer believes that their property's not being fairly assessed, they have an opportunity to appeal that, at which time the county would need to provide evidence to the board to make a decision as to whether we fairly assessed it or not.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments on that? Carry on.
Thank you, Reeve. Third item on the report deals with Rural Municipalities of Alberta, or RMA, now accepting applications for 2021 post-secondary scholarship program until August 31st of this year. So there's some details there on the program itself and a link to additional information.
All right. Other questions or comments? Seeing none?
Fourth item has to do with Rural Health Professions Action Plan, or RPAP, and information there with respect to contributions by the folks that are involved with that. And they're also going to announce this year's RPAP Rhapsody Award recipients during this time. So again, May 24th, 28th, designated as Alberta Rural Health Week.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Hagan? Woo-hoo. That takes us to 9.2, Public Works Report. We got you both. Who would like to ask the first volley of questions, I guess? Maybe it's going to be a quiet day. Councillor Swanson.
Just under the surface roads, in regards to the frost is currently out of the ground at 160 centimeters. It has to come out completely before we lift our road bans. I'm just asking for a point of clarification on that. And it depends on also the wet weather, correct, as far as road bans, or is it just strictly frost?
Mr. Hanson.
So in regards to road bans, so frost is a leading indicator. It's a new term that we can get to use now. But really, after the frost is out, our soil conditions are still quite unstable. They need time to reconsolidate in order to give strength back to that road structure. So consistently, historically, around the second week in June, after the frost has been out for a while, we can see some pretty good evidence right now of some road damage over even the past week. It's, you know, from the last time that we reported to council versus some of the damage we've seen today, evidence would suggest that, yes, the frost is coming out, but those structures are quite weak. So this little bit of rain that we've recently received is a blessing when it comes to helping consolidate these roads. And so we'd be on track for likely the first, second week in June for the road bans to come off. That's when we can safely say that the structures aren't at risk.
All right, other questions or comments? Well, while we're waiting, I was looking through bridge files and wondering about the one on Range Road 5-3 that had its demise there last fall, for lack of a better way of stating it. Mr. Magnus?
Yeah, so it has been open for quite a while here. We've completed the initial work that needed to be done to make sure it was opened again. And there'll be some additional work to proceed in the summer that will just add on to the work that was already done. Some additional repairs, but it is good for travel for the public.
Thank you for clarifying. I was looking through here and I'm like, just wanted to make sure.
And again, as we approach that time of year where we have the contractors come back in to complete the remaining work. That will be indicated in the Public Works report as well.
Thank you. Out of curiosity, I didn't see if we have any indicator of how many of the solid waste cards. Maybe I missed seeing it.
Refer to section 4,
Okay.
part B.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, second point down from part B, as of Monday, May 10th, 5,224 solid waste disposal access cards have been issued, which is equivalent to approximately a little over 2,600 contracts. In addition to that, a total of 6 non-regional and 4 regional cards have been purchased.
Are we getting many questions about this process? How are we, I guess, getting ready to further educate our residents and outside residents that this is the process and that it's right on, we're getting ready to go June 1st. How are we ensuring everybody knows what the plan is?
Sure, good question. So in and of itself, the feedback that we've received from our residents that have come in to purchase the card has been really good. They've been really open to accepting the card. There have been the occasional concerns presented, not necessarily with the system as a whole, but usually it's a segue into other concerns being presented beyond waste, which we address then accordingly. Moving forward, we're making sure, and the signs should be up now at every transfer station indicating very clearly that a card must be obtained prior to June 1st. So those signs have gone up to transfer station sites. So anyone utilizing those sites, that's their first indication, again, to remind them to have their card for June 1st. Along with that, our intent again is to put it on our website. So it'll be indicated there to make it very clear that everyone have their cards for June 1st. And we'll put something in the papers as well 2 weeks leading up to the actual June 1st. So whatever media outlets that is available to us, we'll put that message out there. And that our attendants also communicate to any individual utilizing the transfer stations, again, to make them aware of that if they don't have a card by June 1st, that it's important that they make their way into the office or submit it online to obtain that card.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we stay on top of the messaging here because we just want to reduce as much confusion as possible and make sure everybody understands what the process is and how to get their card and how to use it, etc. Councillor Lang.
I think this question might be for Eric. The geotechnical field work that's been done for the Nordic East Access Road, I'm just a little bit curious as to the findings. It's quite a low area. Are you able to fill us in a bit on that?
I don't have details in the report at this time. As those become available, I'll continue to update council with the findings. And this year, I guess in regards to that East Access Road is just the information gathering and permitting required for that. We have a pretty good idea of what we're going to find with the lower land where that road's going to be located. But we'll continue to provide council information as it's forthcoming.
You just said it's completed. So I thought you might have it.
Okay. Just, I guess, on that whole frame of making sure we educate and ensure people understand, on item B, at the very end of your transfer station utilization update, you indicated in your report that we anticipate that we've got approvals from Alberta Environment and Parks for the oil receiving station, and it should be in place by the end of May, is what I'm seeing. So that's great news. The other part, perhaps it'd be good, Mr. Magnus, if you could go over all the points on item C for us.
My pleasure. So item C, we brought into the Public Works Report, again, as a reminder to council and to our viewers that Reeve Laird brought up the fact that the various agreements were signed, and if possible to maybe summarize what occurs next, particularly as it pertains to the Rocky Mountain House Transfer Station, or the former Rocky Mountain House Transfer Station. So that's what we did here in Part C, and I'm referencing the Regional Solid Waste Services Agreement as one of the agreements that was recently signed, effective the first day of January 2021. So as per Reeve Laird's request, as everyone is well aware of, as of January 31st, 2021, Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House have ceased all operations at the Rocky Transfer Station. Of course, that is very evident for anyone that has driven past that station since February 1st. As per the recently signed Regional Solid Waste Services Agreement, as soon as possible thereafter, but in any event no later than September 30th, 2022, the county shall complete the reclamation of the Rocky Transfer site. And again, what I'm sharing here with council and our viewers is verbiage directly out of the agreement itself. In addition, the town and the county shall share the cost of reclamation with the town, paying 40% of the cost of reclamation, and the county paying 60% of the cost of reclamation. Once the reclamation is completed, the town will obtain a Phase 1 environmental site assessment for the lands of the former Rocky Transfer Station. The town shall pay 40% of the cost for the Phase 1 environmental site assessment, and the county shall pay 60% of the costs for the Phase 1 environmental site assessment. So that in and of itself is summarization of the events and the tasks that need to be completed prior to or before September 30th, 2022.
Right. And I appreciate you going through that. I know that we're all getting more questions about things as we get closer to that June 1st card start. And it's my understanding the town owns that site. That is their land.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you for clarifying. Mr. Hagan?
Perhaps it's just as an addendum to the Public Works report as well. This does dovetail into one of the other agreements with the town and the village in terms of the distribution of the net assets. We've received the draft financial statements for the former Regional Waste Authority, and we will be working with the other two municipalities again to identify any of the assets that either of those municipalities might want, as well as what Clearwater County might want, and comes into play here because on this site there are some buildings and so forth that we need to touch base with the town on, see if there's anything they want which will fit into the reclamation plans as well. So just so council is aware, those meetings will be upcoming and ongoing as part of this whole restructuring exercise.
Well, and I appreciate that. Any other questions or comments with regard to that site or in general this particular report from Public Works? I don't see any others. I see there is still work going on with River Road intersection. Mr. Hanson.
Yes, I guess we have not gone out to tender yet. I'm hoping very soon. We're just, as council's well aware, I think I updated you last time, they were just working through some of the concerns of the adjacent landowners. We've had great conversations with the assistance of the area councillor, as well as the town of Rocky Mountain House and their plans on the NSRP side. There's a lot of stakeholders and players at work here, and everybody's working hard to try to come up with a solution there, and I believe we're getting really close. Therefore, we didn't really want to go out to tender until we could get our thumb really on the hot button issues that may be coming up, but again, I truly believe that we are coming very close to a solution there and be out to tender soon.
Thank you for that. That is great news. That's a good good process, and hopefully by the time we've got that all sorted out and ready to go, we'll start to open up things so we can use that site a lot more. Any other questions with regard to the Public Works report? There we are. We got that covered. Thank you very much for providing us a very comprehensive report.
Thank you.
That brings us to council reports. I'm going to start with Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. Just a bit on NSWA. We have been, over the last couple of years, fairly active trying to do some riparian habitat assessments and management and looking for tools there. We are now also going to start working on wetlands as well, kind of using the same criteria through the Headwaters group there. And so look for some more information on that over the next year or two as we move forward with some of that, and looking towards implementing some of these priorities into MDPs and land use bylaws, et cetera, down the road as well. And it would also have maybe some implications on if we develop any wetlands here based on the compensation programs through the wetland policy as well. So we definitely will be looking to make any recommendations or tools or things we come up with compatible with the provincial policies and legislation as well, so that we're not getting, recognizing that provincial legislation always trumps municipal legislation as well. My only other report to do is that I think almost all of us were part of the RCMP meeting last Friday with the senior administration and an ADM from Solicitor General, and which I think we had a good discussion with them, and they updated us on a number of the programs they're doing. And I think we're pretty much in agreement of the effectiveness of some of their programs in targeting those repeat offenders or those hotspots that are out there. There was some discussion around the level of admin to RCMP officer allocations. Or the RCMP are hoping to get a 3-to-1 ratio. We're not at that right now, so there may be something in the future on how many administrative positions could be looked at here in Rocky. They did indicate that I think that maybe some new administrative positions in Rocky through the RCMP as opposed to through us are in the works. So hopefully those come to fruition as well. We'll take a little bit more of the burden off the town and the county for supplying those positions as we currently do. And other councillors may have some comments on this as well, but those are my notes for that. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Lougheed.
Yes, just very briefly, May 5th, the healthcare professionals team met and via Zoom, and I can report that there's 12 family doctors with 2 specialists in place, and they're still looking for positions to fill for 2 GPs and 1 GP with an anesthetist. I got that out.
Well
Thank
done.
goodness. Anyway, I think the group is very upbeat and seeing positive results from their efforts. So.
All right. Any questions? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Nothing to report, thank you.
I'm going to go over to Councillor Lang.
There's not too much to report. I attended the RCMP meeting with Councillor Duncan, and the 3-to-1 ratio is what I mostly remember. I brought it up about there were some calves that were stolen from the Caroline area, and they were found in a location around Condor. So I did ask a question if the cattle thievery was starting on the upclimb, but it's not. I attended the Nordegg Community Association meeting, and a long list of questions came from that I sent to our CAO. There was a library meeting to do with Parkland Library that as the area councillor I attended, and I don't think there's any concerns for us at this moment. Daryl may hear more down the road. FCSS and the Alberta Economic Recovery meeting, which was last Friday, that I think we all attended.
All right, any questions? Seeing none, Councillor Hoven.
The only thing I have to report on top of what's already been said is that last week I accepted the position of treasurer at SPOG. They had a little board reshuffling, and the current treasurer became the board chair, and I was asked to fill the treasurer position, which I accepted.
Congratulations. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I was part of the RCMP and the economic recovery that was hosted by the Rocky Chamber last Friday with Honorable Mr. Schweitzer. I just want to maybe reiterate that the Rocky Chamber will be launching that David Thompson Trails app officially on May the 20th. So that is coming, that's before our next meeting. So I want to just put a perk for any businesses that haven't had any contact to make sure they contact the Chamber of Commerce on that. And I'd also like to thank administration for reposting all our economic development video series in lieu of in what's going on this week is the International Economic Development Week. We are the Economic Development Council, and this is Economic Development Week. So thank you for posting that on all our social media platforms. That's it.
Any questions? All right, just before I go through my report, do we, as we attended that Chamber of Commerce virtual meeting, we would need a motion to have us attend that. And I know it's retroactive, but we would need that to have it accepted, would we not? Mr. Hagan?
I would suggest only if councillors are looking for remuneration for attending that meeting.
Okay.
Then we should support it with a motion.
Are we looking for that, or we just document that we attended it? Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. For myself, beyond what's already been stated, I attended the West Central Stakeholders meeting, virtually, of course. Everything seems to be virtually these days. I will commend Mr. Pratt on providing an outstanding report on what he's doing for economic development in the county, and David Thompson on the tourism. He did a fantastic job explaining it well to everybody, and I just wanted to commend him along with any other staff who helped him. And I would say also Mr. Harding from the town office. I think that's been a joint effort. I think that's an awesome feather in our cap on the work that they're doing. So that was well done and well received. And I guess beyond that, what has been taking much of our council's time, I am very pleased to formally announce to the external world that as of today, we had a news release a few minutes ago that Clearwater County is welcoming our new Chief Administrative Officer. We're pleased to announce the hiring of Christopher Reed as our new Chief Administrative Officer for the county. We believe Mr. Reeve will empower our staff and organization to achieve our goals and aspirations for a positive and prosperous future. We look forward to working with Mr. Reed as we turn our visions and priorities into realities for our community. The hiring decision is the culmination of a process of spanning several months in anticipation of the retirement of our outgoing CAO. To assist with the selection of the critical position, we as council enlisted the services of Leaders International executive search firm and completed a rigorous process of planning, targeting, and analyzing all of the documents. Christopher Reed is a certified local government manager. He arrives in Clearwater County with a distinguished educational background and a wealth of municipal experience that includes key posts in the town of Hinton, the municipality of Jasper, and most recently, Yellowhead County. A lifetime resident of Alberta, Christopher is an avid outdoors person, enjoying biking, paddling, climbing, and backpacking, which I'm sure he'll find plenty of here. The appointment of Mr. Reed to the position of CAO to the county will take place after June 1st, which is his first date. I want to take a moment at this point to remind everybody we have Mr. Hagan as our interim, and we're very grateful for your work and diligence thus far. That concludes our various reports. I'm looking for a motion to accept all reports as presented. I'm not sure which one got first. There we go. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. I assume we have lunch. How about we take a break between, for the next half hour, and then we'll come back and can keep working on our agenda. All right, we're back from a brief lunch. It is 1:16. We'll be carrying on with correspondence, item 10.1 through to item 10.10. So there's 10 bits of correspondence here. Mr. Hagan, if you want to walk us through them.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Given the number of items of correspondence, do you want me to touch on each one individually or just see if there's questions on any of them in particular?
How about we go with option number 2 there, that we just, given how many, if there's questions on any of the correspondence, we can zero in on that. That'll save us a little bit of time and effort. So. Just looking to Councillor Swanson.
This is in regards to the Red Deer River Municipal Users Group and their, what do they call it? The handbook, the action, their group's handbook in regards to looking back, looking forward. I guess this is a follow-up to the document that they had been started a couple of years, so I want to say at least 3 years ago. And I guess I look to you, Matt, in regards to, have you had a chance to go through it? Is it fall in line? And then I guess the follow-up question will be to Councillor Duncan in regards to the NSRP, or sorry, NSWA, sorry.
Mr. Martinson.
Yeah, I think it's a good document, broad as it was intended to be, to make sure that it includes situations from all of the user groups. And I think we had, as a municipality, both through your representation as well as administratively, I think we had plenty of opportunity, and we took that opportunity to provide feedback. So we have been through it fairly superficially, and as we get the time, we'll dig into it a bit deeper. But I think it's a good enabling document, if you will, or a framework for us all to try to strive for. And so I think from an administrative perspective, I think we're satisfied.
Councillor Duncan.
I would agree with Mr. Martinson on that. It's definitely they're aligning with the Alberta Water for Life strategy, which NSWA does. A little different, maybe approach to getting municipality involvement or in terms of the integrating these source water protection plans or into MDPs and other strategies as well. We're not quite the same approach as them, but I don't have any problem with it. It's certainly bringing lots of awareness and respect to a lot of good work that's been out there. And it's important that these WPACs, they're always recognized as being those non-lobby sort of scientific experts, are able to lead that research and discussion on watershed topics without taking sides and without lobbying on behalf of any one group or anything. So yeah, I've been through actually most of this quite a bit, and it's well done and certainly easy to read. So.
I actually have a question with regard to the CCTA, the suggestions for the MDP. They're asking potentially for a survey as part of the process when we mail out the tax notices. How difficult is that, Mr. Hagan? And I recognize there's much to be discussed about the MDP review so far, so.
I honestly don't think that's an option.
Okay.
Certainly not for this year. We've basically got the programming all ready to go for the assessment tax notices, which will be 1 page. And then we've got an insert to go with it from several of the departments, giving some updates and so forth. And that's double-sided, but another page, and that's the maximum we have. So I don't think we have the capability of having a several-page document in there. And I would look at perhaps doing something through our website or another means. Accompanying it with our tax notice just isn't gonna be practical this year.
Okay, and thank you for that. Councillor Lang?
Mr. Hagan, I was just thinking, rather than a survey, I'm just wondering if maybe a notice could be put in the tax assessment, telling everyone about this MDP review and directing them to our websites for educational purposes, encouraging their feedback, because there still is people out there that don't know anything about it.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve, and I agree with you, Councillor Lang, and we actually have included that reference on the insert that we've drafted already, and a website link there as well, so.
Good. Any other questions or comments? Looking at item 10.10, STARS has sent us a 2020 Clearwater County Impact Report. And in particular, on page 106 of 113, we can see that the number of mission statistics in our Clearwater County area we're seeing quite a jump in 2020 from 2019, or even the high was 42 calls or missions in 2018. And these are 2 sites, not the hospital. In 2020, it was 58. So that, to me, shows a significant increase in people recreating in our backcountry. And it tells me also that if it is stopped one tragedy, it's worth every cent we put into it. It's also good assistance, solid assistance to the first responders that go out there. But this is a very, very good document. I thought it was very interesting. And I hope nobody ever needs that red bird, but I'm glad we have it if we do. If there's no other questions or comments with regard to the correspondence, I'm looking for a motion from one of us to accept all correspondences as information. Councillor Duncan, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Are there any, in item 11, are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. That then takes us to item 12. That's our closed session. So we're looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Swanson, and that is at 1:25. Those All right. We're just returning from a closed session discussion. It is 2:30. There's no motions that we intend to be making. I always like to conclude each meeting with a few closing remarks. I'd like to again thank our administration for your continued efforts and support. We recognize that we keep you very busy all the time, so thank you for that. You can find today's council meeting highlights and video posted on our website. By way of reminder, our next regular council meeting is scheduled for May the 25th. For those who don't know, May the 15th, 2021 is International Day of Families. 2021's theme is Families and New Technology, Forces on the Impacts of New Technologies on the Well-Being of Families, which is quite fitting considering the challenges we've been faced with in the last year and we are currently continuing to be faced with, and how we remain connected. We recognize that COVID-19 continues to challenge our community. Author Amid Ray said that life throws challenges and every challenge comes with rainbows and lights to conquer it. We hope you all find the light to conquer your challenges, and please take the appropriate precautions and stay safe. Thank you very much for joining us. I'd like to have a motion to adjourn the meeting. Councillor Duncan, those in favor? That is carried. Closed at 2:33.